Good morning and welcome everybody to part one of Murder on Eridanos. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. This is the second and latest and final DLC for the Outer Worlds, which launched this morning. Now, Obsidian was kind enough to approach me with a free stream key for this DLC, but they gave me a Steam version of it. And I don't have the game on Steam. And I couldn't contact them about getting an Epic version of it. So I went ahead and bought it on Epic. But because I bought it, I had to wait for it to become available worldwide before I could stream it. So people have been playing it for about 3 hours now. So I'm just now getting a hold of it. But I still hope that we'll have a good time getting through it today. I have been waiting. It was supposed to go live about 30 minutes ago, but for some reason it wouldn't. I finally got it to show up on my Epic Store here, so we can go ahead and play it. I'm excited about this because it's supposed to be a campy murder mystery sort of thing. And you know me, I love that kind of thing. So this is going to be a blast. And I'm thrilled. Let's see if we are live on YouTube. Sure enough, I'm getting through it today. There we are. Good to see everybody on YouTube today. And let's see if we're live on Facebook. Let me reload Facebook real quick. Usually they make me scroll down to find... No, come on. What? Welcome to the new page. Please stop giving me a tutorial. I just want to use my page. Could you please stop this? Wow, I can't. Wow, Facebook. There we go. Facebook. Let me reload Facebook. There we go. I'm live on Facebook. Good to see Erica, Jonathan, Ryan, Matthew, Justin, Jacob, Malachi. And Matthew says, me and Jocelyn Ryan are shouting, hello from down here in Texas. Thank you, Matthew and Jocelyn there in Texas. So good to see you. And Jason on Facebook. And everyone on YouTube. Bingo, Ranker, Miwi, Matt, Slatty Bardfast with the Gold Derby. Courtney, Julian Z with a Gold Derby. Gertie D, Spencer Slavin. John de G.M. Berardino, Lane Berry, Vonda Bergen with a Gold Derby. Jocelyn Ryan, Matt Rowland, Don Coynton, Jedediah Markley, Linda Shaw, Sagacity, Not Nick Skinner, Rachel with a Gold Derby, Jessica Sharp with a Gold Derby, and Milan says, my name is pronounced like the city in Italy, Milano, without the O at the end and a short A. Well, thank you for directions on how to pronounce your name. Woo Chucky says, I love your videos. Thank you for bringing me happy. You're indeed welcome. All right, we're going to launch it and hope for the best. The way Epic decides to deal with DLCs is really frustrating. It's got this little icon in the corner that says you have, one of 2 DLCs installed, and that isn't updated. It still says I only have 1 DLC installed, Peril in the Gorgon. But when I launch the game, I have access to Murder on Eridanos. So let's just hope that I do again when we get into it. John says, I really like this DLC. It's a great game. Well, I'm excited about it. Thank you, John. Nick says, morning, Ox. Glad to see you today, and especially returning to the Outer Worlds. I'm thrilled as well. Okay. That's a problem. You think you figure out everything before you go live, and then... Okay, let's troubleshoot this. Right, so it's not my card. My card is accessing my computer correctly. It's just not showing the game when the game is launched. Maybe it'll show a different game. It does. This is Sherlock Holmes. Okay. Let's see if I can launch Outer Worlds again and have it work. What the heck? Jacob says, Ox, this is going to be awesome. Streams where you put on your detective hat are always my favorites. Thank you, Jacob, if I can get it to work. Wayne says, hardcore, hardcore. Best way to start my weekend. This is going to be awesome. I'm thrilled and excited as well. If I can get it to work, crossing fingers. David Hill says, good afternoon, Ox. Hope you and your family are doing well. Thank you very much, David. Extremely kind. I am doing very well. All right. I see the title screen. It says The Outer Worlds on my computer. What is this? It's not my hardware. Murder on Eridanos is recommended for players who have reached level 30 or higher. Is it going to show that? No. To begin your adventure on Eridanos, you must have gained access to the landing pad in Stellar Bay. After gaining access to this area, return to your ship and talk to Ada. Your new adventure will start. Okay, maybe it's the title screen. Maybe I just need to go into the game itself. Let's load a save here. It's not showing loading screens. Douglas Delegard says, hey, Ox and all. Hey, Douglas. Why would it show another game? But it won't show the one I actually want to stream today. Oh my God. If it's not one thing, it's another. All right, let me figure this out. Showing Sherlock Holmes just fine. Oh, God. Chininator says, hey, Oxhorn, got my stimmy today. Here's to all of the amazing content, the wonderful Oxettes and Oxhorn community. And, of course, sir, thank you for being an awesome person to follow. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Back at you, Chininator. Jessica says, always trust a glue salesman. They tend to stick to their word. As they should. Matthew says maybe a hard restart on the computer. Yeah, if it comes to that, I'll definitely do that. David Hill says, good afternoon, Ox. Hope you and your family are doing well. We are doing very well, except for the fact that I have this really weird bug going on right now. How could this possibly be? I can see my computer just fine. I'm playing the game just fine. I'm logging in just fine. My card is detecting this other monitor just fine. It's playing games on it just fine. It just won't play the game I want to stream. Why? Okay, let's try to disable my other monitor really quickly. Okay. I now have only this one monitor going on. Let's see if that solves the problem. Let's restart Epic. Does it see Epic? It does see Epic. Great. Let's launch the game. Will it see the game? I don't know. Cross your fingers. I don't get it. I mean, I streamed all of the Outer Worlds and Peril on the Gorgon. Exact same computer, exact same account, exact same hardware setup. What the heck? Settings. Let's go to windowed mode. Windowed full screen. Yes! Ah, that did it! I didn't put it in windowed mode. Okay, well, sorry for the troubleshooting live on the program, ladies and gents. Let me try and get this other monitor back online so that I can actually see your chat. Let's reconnect that display and extend the desktop. Keep that. That way I can put the chat over into the corner. There's Facebook. Jocelyn Ryan says, the immersion on puzzles for these newer games are so good. They start before you launch the game. Sorry, Ox. I'm sure you'll get it soon. Thank you. I don't understand. Like, usually they say that you're supposed to put a game in full screen mode because it performs better. But apparently in full screen mode, it wasn't working on this particular setup that I've got. Jessica Sharp says, that's a huge lighter, Ox. Yeah, I got this in Amsterdam. This is my desktop lighter, and I've been cleaning out the garage, and I finally found this in an old box, and I filled it up with fluid, and it worked perfectly, and I didn't have to use any of the other lighters that I've got. Vince M says, good afternoon, Ox. Looking forward to the stream. Thank you very much, Vince. And then Sean says, it's been snowing in Colorado. Snow in Colorado? Wow. Well, hopefully you're not stuck in any awful weather, but even if you are, you can always watch the program. The Easy Life says, two dragons walk into a bar. One of them says, it's hot in here. The other one says, then shut your mouth. All right, let's get to the game. Oh, finally, I could see the game. That was the weirdest thing. I don't think I've ever had that happen before, being penalized for playing in full screen mode. Mike says, Ox finally made it through every single Fallout video. I've made it through every single Fallout video that you've ever uploaded. Go Oxets. Wow, that takes some commitment. Thank you. All right, we've got Peril on Gorgon installed. Murder on Eridanos installed. Let's load, not my autosave, my manual save right after I finished Peril on Gorgon, so we pick up exactly where we left off. Okay. All right, let's figure out how to start this new DLC. I'm assuming we got to talk to Ada or fly somewhere.
Impeccable timing, Captain. I was about to watch the latest episode in Halcyon Helen's thrilling serial adventure.
I can't wait. Tell me more, Ada.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
Let's watch the Aether Wave. You mentioned an Aether Wave drama? I'd like to see it.
Certainly, Captain. I was hoping you would ask.
Rizos presents Murder on Eridanos. Halcyon Helen versus the Brain Eaters, Volume 2, starring Ruth Bellamy as Halcyon Helen.
It was the law-forsaken parasites. I had become obsessed. My quest to stop them. To avenge my partner, Philip. And my ex-partner, Bernice. And Lieutenant Jurgen. And those two informants had brought me to Rizzo's distillery. But it wasn't just the triple distilled deliciousness of Rizzo's Spectrum brand vodka that I found there.
Of course not.
It was death. I made sure the Brain Eaters paid the price. But at what cost to me?
Wow, did they update the graphics? The graphics look really good. This can't be gameplay graphics. This is rendered, right?
It's you.
This is the Halcyon News Network with breaking news. Halcyon Helen has been murdered. Administrator Ludovico of Rizzo's refused to answer the big question on everyone's mind. Who will Spectrum Vodka's next spokesperson be? Claiming that a special investigation must be concluded first.
Oh no, she got killed.
Captain, we have a communication coming in from one Administrator Ludovico.
Get off the transmission, Cedric. We agreed to let me do the negotiating. Law be with you, friend. I am Administrator Ludovico of the famed Eridanos Atmospheric Complex. But there's no need to stand on formality. You may address me as Mr.
All right, Mr. Jacob Tebb says, keep the money raining down upon the lore keeper. Thank you, Jacob. I'll take it. It helps. Ranker says, I have a good pickup line, but I'll save it for scotch and smoke rings. It's probably a good idea. We're doing good dad jokes and pickup lines on scotch and smoke rings tomorrow. Ranker says, I meant scotch and smoke rings. Dang TLAs. No, don't worry about it. It made sense. All right, we got a bunch of options. Let's try, how about I just call you Lou?
How about not?
Oh, come on. Okay, Lou.
I apologize if I've struck too familiar a tone for your tastes. Let me get right to the point. Halcyon Helen is dead. Murdered.
No.
Her death is the tragedy of our lifetime. As the face of our new product line, her murder is a stain on the Rizzo's brand. She was scheduled to unveil our newest product, Spectrum Brown, before this tragic event. But we cannot move forward with our unveiling until we apprehend the killer.
Well, I'm glad her life is the most important part of this tragedy, not the release of Spectrum Brown. Who's Halcyon Helen?
You can't be serious. Halcyon Helen, greatest cultural icon of our colony, empress of the Aether Waves.
All right, Ludovico, that's enough. You don't know what you're doing. Let me handle this. Captain Hawthorne, Sublight's favorite freelancer. I'm such an admirer of your work. Cedric Kincannon, Sublight Underground. I'm so glad we're hiring a third-party investigator. No one wants to see a troop of UDL guards stomping all over my hotel. Least of all me. The murder of Halcyon Helen is a heinous assault on this colony. I look forward to watching you find the miscreant responsible and drag them out of the shadows.
Sublight Underground. That's a great question. I've never heard of Sublight Underground.
Don't worry. You and I are going to become very close acquaintances. I run the Grand Colonial Hotel and Piraeus Spaceport. Ludovico and I are business partners, in a manner of speaking. Eridanos is our shared responsibility.
Eridanos is not our shared responsibility. Eridanos is my responsibility, to which you and your organization have latched on like a parasite.
Ludovico, you wound me. I'm establishing rapport with our new contractor. Let's not give him the impression that you can't be trusted.
Do you really want to do this right now, Cedric? You want to antagonize me while I'm negotiating a contract? Because I promise you, I'll win.
We could interject, but you know what? I'm going to let them argue.
We can do this anytime you want. I'll even make an appointment. I'm sure your schedule's wide open. What with your product launch being indefinitely delayed due to unforeseen murder.
All right, Cedric. If that's how you want to behave, I have no choice but to file an official reprimand on your permanent record.
Oh, no.
Oh, please do. I'd love an official reprimand from a failed executive. Could you do me a favor and have it laminated?
Could we please stop this nonsense? Captain, I'm Constable Maria Keene. Hiring a third-party investigator was my idea. I've been studying your dossier. You're reliable and competent. You've been taking care of yourself ever since you arrived on Halcyon. And you're entirely independent. As far as I'm concerned, you're the ideal inspector for this case.
Just how many people are involved in this communication?
Just the three of us.
Just the three? No one else is going to jump in here unexpectedly?
You must excuse us. The situation on Eridanos is tense. If we don't bring Helen's killer to justice, this scandal could scupper our entire operation. Please, Captain, I'm asking you to help us. While you're pursuing your investigation, we'll make you a guest of honor at the Grand Colonial.
I'll come lounge around and then decide.
I encourage you to consider this offer seriously. The future of our complex may depend on your success. I'll leave you in the constable's care. Mr. Kincannon and I must have a word.
Fine. But Rizzo's is paying for that hotel room.
I can't tell you how grateful I am for your help. And even though they may not show their gratitude, I know Administrator Ludovico and Mr. Kincannon appreciate your involvement. Mr. Kincannon could lose his spaceport if board authorities took over the investigation, and if Rizzo's is forced to cancel its unveiling, we might never recover.
They have that much wrapped up in Spectrum Vodka Brown or whatever it's called? You seem competent. You could have dealt with this.
I represent the law, Captain, but what's happening between Mr. Kincannon and the Administrator is politics. Politics are not my area of expertise. The law is simple. Politics are complicated.
You sound a bit worn out.
Me? Worn out? Perish the notion. My days are filled with catering to the oh-so-reasonable requests of Mr. Ludovico and Mr. Kincannon. What's not to like?
They seem like jackasses.
Your words, not mine. Please don't take my lack of disagreement as anything other than fatigue. I am a content, productive, and happy member of our society.
Sure you are. Helen must have been pretty popular if her death could put an end to your operation.
Helen was more than popular. She gave something to this colony that no product line could ever provide. Real happiness. No one has ever been as well known or as well loved. Outside of our courageous business leaders.
All right, I've got everything I need.
Transmission terminated. Captain, we are now cleared to land at the Eridanos atmospheric complex.
I don't know why they're trusting me to catch Halcyon Helen's killer.
There are several reasons why someone would hire your services. In descending order of likelihood, they are as follows: desperation, confusion, mistaken identity, inebriation, and genuine faith in your abilities.
Descending order, great. Thanks, Ada. What can you tell me about Eridanos?
Eridanos is a hydrogen-helium gas giant, distinguished by a well-defined ring system. The Eridanos atmospheric complex is a system of land masses propelled through a thin layer of the upper atmosphere, where humans are potentially capable of surviving.
Wow. Can't wait to visit. Thanks, Ada. Let's go. There it is, brand new planet. So wait, if this is the last DLC, what about Hephaestus here? All right, Eridanos.
We've touched down on the atmospheric complex in Eridanos.
There it is. Big gas giant. As she said, there's the well-defined ring system. That floating platform thing, how's that going to work? Honeyfoe became a bronze ox. Thank you, Honeyfoe. Oh, who to take? Who's going to have the best responses to a murder mystery? Oh, it's going to be Ellie and Felix, really. Parvati, though, maybe. Let's start with Ellie and Felix. We'll bring other characters along as the game goes on. Halcyon Helen versus the Brain Eaters. Ooh. Wow. So that's how it works. Floating islands. So how do they get these land masses to float in the atmosphere of this gas giant? All right, let's speak to the bellhop. See if there's anything else on this platform. Oh, giant jets. Okay. So the land masses are in free fall, heading towards the planet, but they maintain orbit around it with these giant jets that are pushing it left. That must be a Rizzo's manufacturing facility over there. What is that? Welcome. Let's see what's over here. Wow, that's lots of different little places. Oh, wait, no, these jets are going that way. They're going in two different directions. How does that work? All right, I'm getting lost in the weeds. Let's go. Brett Bus says, is Vader going to show up? Maybe. Sky City?
Watch out. This place is half sublight thugs and half top rungers on vacation. Both are dangerous.
Dylan says, been fan for a while. Loved your New Vegas series. Keep up the good work. Thanks, my friend. Good to have you on the program today. Corey on Facebook says, hey, brother, purchased...
Hello there. Hope your atmospheric entry wasn't too troublesome. As a guest of honor, you deserve the best in comfort. Sublight Salvage and Shipping Underground, or Slug, as we like to call ourselves, is delighted to welcome you to Eridanos. I'm the Grand Colonial Head Bellhop. I'm here to grab your bags and direct you, the inspector, to the Grand Ballroom, which was the scene of the crime.
The Grand Ballroom. Oh, that's perfect. We're going to the Grand Ballroom to solve a crime. Corey says, hey, brother, purchased your book. It's amazing. Great writing. Thank you so much, Corey. Put a lot of time into it back in the day. And then Jessica says, Ox, I just beat The Evil Within, and I'm playing The Evil Within 2. They would be perfect for scotch and smoke rings. The first one gave me nightmares. Really? Maybe I'll have to give them a second look. Let's see. Well, let's start with number one. Can you fill me in on the details of the murder?
I can try. I was the one who found Helen's body in the Grand Ballroom. Corpse wasn't in the best shape. Aside from that, I don't know a whole lot. Helen was supposed to host the unveiling for Rizzo's newest product, Spectrum Brown. Until you catch the killer, the unveiling's been indefinitely postponed. Helen's death has been a shock for many. A lot of people are inconsolable. Hell, even Black Hole Birdie, Helen's beau, has wandered off. Some folks think he had something to do with the murder, but I don't believe it.
Hey, Black Hole Birdie may be a savage brute on the field of honor, but he's no killer.
We should ask if they're comping the minibar. This might take a while, if you get me.
Folks get heated when it comes to serials and their actors, I suppose.
Black Hole Birdie? What an awful stage name. I mean, a good porn name, but an awful stage name. Was she a divisive figure?
Not particularly. But I think some folks were jealous of her success, or otherwise viewed her as a threat. Reckon how she came about her fame didn't help.
Okay, how'd she come about her fame?
Why, she was a natural. People fell in love with her. She managed to wrangle up a following all on her own. She ended up about as famous and high-runged as your average VP, which rubbed a lot of Byzantines the wrong way. Actors ain't supposed to get preferential treatment. Let's see here. Oh, I already spoke briefly, but the spectrum unveiling, or lack thereof, it's still an awful shame. A lot of folks looking forward to that.
I thought you worked for Slug, not Rizzo's.
I do. Rizzo's happened to rent out the Grand Colonial Ballroom from Slug for the unveiling. A nice mutually beneficial event. But the murder's gone and ruined that. Along with 9 out of 10 of my favorite cereals. Anyway, I think I've held you up long enough. Once you're ready, head down to the lobby. The ballroom is just behind the elevators. Meanwhile, I'll grab your bags.
Bags? What bags?
You're making fun, right? Your luggage, belongings, kit, wherever you keep what you ain't wearing. You're still giving me a pretty blank look. Suppose it's none of my business, but do you just wear the same set of clothes all the time?
Oh man, now we're gonna get some mention of game mechanics. Oh, we could make fun of his hat. I just wear whatever I strip from my enemies' corpses, honestly.
Well, reckon I can respect your candor, even if it scares me a smidge. Anyhow, I'll look for you in the grand ballroom later. Hope you can unravel this mystery, Inspector.
Wow, that is quite a hat. Justin says, do you use a website to buy your cigars? I do. There are a number of websites I use to find cigars. Lots of great deals out there if you're looking. Carpy says, watching this while my wife is having surgery. Trying to pass the hours with some ox. Prayers, please. Prayers going your way, my friend. Hope her surgery goes okay.
I'm pretty happy working for Slug. Mr. Kincannon treats us with respect.
Any idea how many bits I've spent at the Grand Colonial? Is my patronage worth nothing to you?
I'm sure you've spent a lot, sir, but unfortunately we can't make any exceptions.
Can't make any exceptions. In Byzantium, those words would be a criminal offense.
Shame we're not in Byzantium.
All right. Let's see what's over here before we go to the ballroom. Looks like we got a workbench. Loot, loot, loot. Ooh, it's pretty. Look at all the flowers. Is that the vodka? No, that's purple berry punch.
Really, I do.
Where's this hotel guest?
Maybe? Just a quick trip to Byzantium so I can check on my stocks. I promise it won't take more than an hour.
Sir, for both our sakes, I'm just going to pretend like you didn't say anything.
Okay, so it's the same guy. So he wants to leave, but he can't leave because it's a crime scene. We've got an elevator going down there. Well, if that's the elevator...
Can't you see my face? There are genuine tears on it right now. Genuine. I've been here so long, it is affecting my psyche. I just want to leave.
I'm very sorry to hear that, sir. If you go up to your room, you'll be able to request a visit from a counseling mechanical.
Well, that's the elevator, then what's this? This is a staircase going down. Let's take the stairs.
Greetings, Inspector. No need to check in here. Your paperwork has all been processed. You should be able to find the Colonial right ahead.
Why, thank you. What's this? Oh, it's the elevator. Alright, so I would have come down here had I gone down the elevator. So who's that supposed to be? Hey, bellhop.
I hope you catch the killers soon, Inspector. I don't want to see the Grand Colonial shut down.
The Dissident Queen, Chapter 1. Halcyon Helen battles a lingering foe in a seedy bar. Halcyon Helen and Typhon Tim spoke in quiet tones about their next course of action, their voices soft beneath the din of the bar. The duo had just finished the last of the paperwork on Helen's latest job. Filing precise reports always raised her spirits. The trails led us here, and I suspect it would lead us no farther. Soon we will find the source of the Dissident's monsters, said Helen, a characteristic grin on her face. Let's hope your hunch is correct, Tim murmured, for I suspect their agents will not be far behind us. As if brought on by Tim's supposition, a frightful voice suddenly thundered throughout the room. Near the door loomed a giant and blood-stained man, looking for all his worth like he had fought his way through a Mantiqueen's den. It was Maximilian Mercer, well-feared dissident stooge, and he held two Spacer's Choice light pistols in his greasy hands. Of course he's going to have Spacer's Choice stuff if it was sponsored by Rizzo's. Brian Isaacs says, what do you call a vehicle used to transport Amish workers? A Yoder-Toter. Love you, Oxhorn. Thanks. I guess I don't get it, but
I feel
thanks.
like I'm spending a fortune just standing here.
Wow, so that's the Grand Colonial.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
I can't believe Helen's gone. We're never going to get a sequel to Terror on Monarch.
Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch, Tripical Flakes, and Purple Berry flavored Power Nuggets. Now with 12% more.
Hello. Yeah, I'll go to the hotel in a second. Let me just explore around back here. See what we got. Maybe we'll find a clue. And that leads to the ground. Can go off that way to some of the other islands. All right, well. Thief's note. Sullivan, we got a new mark today from the bellhops. Green ship. Crate is on the back wall. Jewelry box should be there. Just take the whole thing. These folks are so rich, they probably won't even notice it went missing. The fence in the warehouse should be buying. Make sure to keep the bellhops cut before you go spending. Ooh. What if we can use that for blackmail to get information out of the bellhop? Green ship. Crate is on the back wall. What's over here? Oh, I'm encumbered. Scrap down this stuff. Okay, to the Grand Colonial.
And I bet you believed Halcyon Helen's death was the worst part of all this.
What? You don't mean to tell me that it isn't? There's something even worse?
There is. I spent 6,000 bits on a new suit for the unveiling, but now that it's been postponed, I'll never get a chance to show it off.
My law, that is a real tragedy.
These Byzantium people are such caricatures. It's ridiculous. Halcyon Helen dead. All right, so that's a photo of the body.
I wish I'd worn my muddy boots and the jacket with holes in it. Can you imagine the looks we'd get?
Gotta love her.
I'll bet you 10 bits this is all just some sort of publicity stunt.
The murder has inflicted severe emotional trauma on me. I demand a room upgrade.
Prophet of Profitability flyer. A flyer promoting a productotherapy seminar with renowned prophet of profitability, Jasmine Leva, at her retreat in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Exploitation. Under her patented system, purge your body of nefarious humors, stopping you from unlocking your true productive potential. Wow, so we're back to humors of the body now. All right, so it looks like there's an upstairs loft level.
Oh, come on. Why is the lounge closed? I wanted brunch.
Murder! Hello?
With Halcyon Helen gone, does that mean Spencer Woolrich will get all her roles?
I certainly hope not. That man doesn't even act as well as I do.
Okay, that leads to the ballroom. Man, that bellhop hat is just crazy.
The crime scene's awaiting, Inspector. Can't believe something like this could happen in my hotel. When I found her, I was just hoping she had a little too much to drink, but all the grievous bodily injury adds up, I suppose.
She was lying in a pool of blood, and your first thought was, I wonder if she's drunk?
Hey, Byzantines and restraint aren't two words that often go together. Wouldn't be the first blood-soaked, unconscious partygoer I've come across. Anyway, I'm sure you've got questions.
You want to give me more details on how you came across the body?
Sure, I'd taken to checking the ballroom every few hours prior to the unveiling. Just to make sure no sprats had snuck into the place. You understand. Found her right before I was set to head back to my room in the lower levels for my mandated 5-hour sleep period. Tell ya, thank the law for caffeinoid. Been too upset to get a wink of sleep since. And hey, now I can finally see smells.
Any idea why Helen would have been in the ballroom after hours?
Beats all hell out of me. Maybe she was, practicing for the unveiling?
Did you kill Helen? You can tell me if you did. It'll be our secret.
What? No. Just because I found the corpse doesn't mean I made her a corpse. I was in shift all day. Besides, I loved Helen's serials. Well, the old ones anyway. The newer episodes are hot junk on a warm day. Sure. What's on your mind?
Did you see Helen on the day of her death?
Of course I did. I just told you I found the body. Oh, wait. You mean when she was still breathing? No, of course I didn't. Plus, it's untoward for an employee to speculate about the actions of a hotel guest. Not that I saw any hotel guests interacting with her.
Uh-huh. We could lie or persuade to go about this. You can tell me. Haven't you heard of Inspector-Inspectee confidentiality?
That's the one where if the inspector breaches confidentiality, the inspectee feeds them to a horde of hungry sprats, right? I can talk then. Day of her death, I saw Helen leave the hotel premises of the Prophet of Profitability, and didn't see her come back. A little on the suspicious side, I think. Seemed especially strange, seeing how, as far as I was aware, the two didn't get on.
What's the deal with the prophet of profitability? Is she a guest?
Yep. Gives seminars on increasing profit margins and the like. Can't say much else, seeing how I ain't in the gossip market.
Of course not. No one is. Why didn't Helen and the prophet get along?
Or as I can recall, Helen dismissed the lady's seminars in some kind of interview. Said her co-star used them, but she didn't. The top rungers are always ready to read between the lines of famous folks and seem to think the prophet was on her way out. Woman lost a ton of bits and is set to lose more. I hope all that helped. I'd like to be as useful as I can in the investigation. I just didn't want to steer anyone the wrong way.
I wonder if we can use that note about the theft to talk with this bellhop. Got any idea who might have wanted to do Helen in?
Everyone's got theories. I don't reckon mine hold much more weight than anyone else's.
Well, okay then, goodbye. All right, so that's call elevator.
Welcome to the Grand Colonial. Please make yourself at home. Are you enjoying the amenities?
Concierge. Welcome to the Grand Colonial Concierge Terminal. Please do not store any insufficiently encrypted gossip on the Grand Colonial Concierge Terminal. Guest complaints from annoyed subject to the concierge. Subject, this infernal racket. Do you like torturing me? Is that what this is? When I first learned I'd be just beneath the floor occupied by the Rizzo's Rangers, I was excited, as any tossball-loving Halcyonite should be. What I did not anticipate is the degree to which these hullheads seem to enjoy prancing to and fro, pounding on their floor and my ceiling every hour of the architect-cursed days. Did they install a tossball fifth court upstairs while I wasn't looking, or is this normal? And worst of all, it sounds like one of them has decided to start imitating a woolly cow. I'll give them that it's a convincing facsimile, but it has no place in a hotel. And each bleat is so loud, it shakes the glasses on my face. I demand a room change yesterday. For each additional hour after midnight today that I am not rehomed, I expect at least one employee to be fired. Jeez. All right. So, loud noises going on in this hotel room at night, and at least at one point, they sounded like a bleeding animal. Humanoid Zeno says, evil laugh, mwahaha. Not even darkness can save you from me. Darkness is my ally. Hey, Oxhorn. Hey there, Humanoid Zeno. You came back in style, as always. All right, from a concerned Byzantine, subject mechanical menace to the concierge. To whatever member of the help it may concern, I've heard a horrible clanking passing my room every night for the past 6 nights. Yesterday, I mustered up all my courage and sent a servant to look, and upon her return, she said seen what looked like an armed mechanical wander by my room for the past 6 nights. She said it was something called a Burbage 3001, and that it was a serial star. If this machine is a serial star, I must ask, why are you filming outside our rooms without paying us? We're not consenting to having our temporary property filmed. There is no doubt a contract for this, and if the machine is being followed or being allowed to wander without being filmed, then I want to be paid double. Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing could be? It could tread on my foot and ruin my aspirations to be a professional dancer. If I ever decide to have those aspirations, I urgently await a response. Okay, so one of the acting bots, Burbage 3001, a 2001 movie reference maybe, has been wandering the halls of the hotel. VIP guest list. Ruth Bellamy, a.k.a. Halcyon Helen, Spencer Woolrich, and Black Hole Bertie Halcombe. Request manifest, Halcyon Helen, Concierge Terminal. Despite her celebrity status, the greater part of Halcyon Helen's requests have been fairly normal. Soap, shampoo, new towels, and so on. Bobby in the chat says, good morning, Oxendall. Sorry I'm late. I thought you started at 10. Thanks for the stream. Love tactics this weekend. You're welcome, Bobby. And I do typically start at 10. Today is special because I'm streaming a new DLC for The Outer Worlds. Julian Z says, Ox, is there a setting that allows you to see checks you can't currently pass? Because I just read that terminal and I saw an option to hack it too, and read a hidden message. It was hack 1000. Or I'm sorry, hack 100. I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe I just haven't found the right spot in the terminal. The one exception is her unusual consumption of food and drink. I'm not one to judge about that sort of thing. Law knows I've seen stranger proclivities from other guests, but she really does request a lot and frequently. Listen to this. For lunch today, she ordered 6 Borston bean sandwiches, 2 purple berry shakes, 2 purple berry liqueurs, several retro rockets, and cigarettes enough to crush a teacup canid. I'd wonder if she's planning a party, but the cleaning staff say that every time they've gone up, there's been no sign of what she's ordered. If Helen really does keep managing to get through all of what she's been ordering, then maybe she should consider quitting show business and entering the competitive consumption scene instead. Okay, so she's been ordering a lot of food. Maybe she's been getting guests. Requests manifests Spencer Woolrich. In the past 2 weeks, I have received 315 different service requests from Mr. Woolrich. These requests include, but are not limited to, his entire wardrobe from Terran Monarch, 413 different outfits, including a primal suit, 5 gallons of each color of Spectrum, except black, wants 50 gallons of black, teacup canids of various breeds, a plasma launcher, and consisting of over 60% of all total requests, an upgraded room. Administrator Ludovico authorized him to move into the second largest room just to shut him the hell up, but Halcyon Helen got the biggest one, and of course, Woolrich can't accept that he's been eclipsed. Got another room upgrade request as I was typing this. I have more than half a mind to send an exterminator to fumigate his room, just so we can't request anything else for a while. But then he might come down here to try to talk to me, and I think I'd quite honestly rather be dead. Well, we just learned, I think, everything we need to know about this Spencer Woolrich. Now, maybe this hack option won't appear until I get further into the plot. Humanoid Zeno says, by the way, I was meaning to make it to your streams, but I was on vacation in Las Vegas, having some fun with firearms and Tangerine. Glad I'm back, though. Well, I'm glad you're back as well, and I'm also glad that you had fun in Las Vegas. Request manifest for Black Hole Birdie Halcom. Halcom's requests have been about what you'd expect from a professional skullcracker. Toss balls sticks, new clothes because he keeps, and I quote, accidentally tearing the shirts that are too small for my giant muscles. Funny how the rips I've seen look more like they've been made by hand. I've noticed that he's asked for very little in the way of effort, accelerators, or enhancers. No skin tough, no oxy comp, not even any dervish mist. Typically, tossball players go through that filth like no one else. Maybe Halcom's trying to prove something to Helen. Whatever it is, I don't think it's going to work. Or maybe it's not a real tossball player. Right. Well, we'll come back to this terminal after we go further into the plot, maybe after we find the body, to see if that opens up a way to hack it.
If you have an issue...
That leads back outside. Okay. Well, looks like we're going to the ballroom. Nope. We've got this, whatever this is. Acquire penthouse key. Error, room not yet ready yet. Alright, so we'll be back later for that. Lost and found. Ooh. How would I get back there? The Dissident Queen, Chapter 2. Halcyon Helen encounters the Slugmen. Having fought their way past numerous bandit ambushes and hostile auto-mechanicals, Halcyon Helen and Olympus Opal had found themselves at the gates of the Dissident hideout. "You're a fine partner, easily better than my last," said Helen, "but I dare say these fiends outranked your typical anti-establishment scum. Many of them were scientists before they deserted their corporations, whereupon they stole technology from their own nefarious or for their own nefarious purposes. I've seen their abominations, and they're more than a typical person can handle. You should return to your job and to the place where you're needed." "Though I know my work was valuable," Opal said, "I am still pleased that I was promoted to assist in your quest to rid the galaxy of those who would threaten the colony's productivity. The two of us together will, I believe, be twice as effective in eliminating the enemies of the board." Helen did not respond, but instead bid her companion be silent, for she had seen that the gates to the Dissident hideout were no longer shut. Someone or something had opened them. All right, so this is all theft. Severed head of Burbage 2000. The head of Burbage 2000, torn from its body in the penultimate act of Titus Androidicus. "Why, foolish Burbage, dost thou not perceive that Halcyon is but a wilderness of dissidents, and it is only through our citizens' vigilance that they will be caught? Report any and all suspicious behavior to your local constable." Well, we're getting a lot of clues, but very little context for them so far. We should probably go examine the body before we go any further. All right, so before we go upstairs, let's go to the ballroom. Ooh.
We should try to solve the puzzle hedges in the orchards. The prize is supposed to be something valuable.
Puzzle hedges in the orchards? All right, ballroom. Meant to say tannerite. I hate autocorrect. That's okay. I get it now. And then Alien Face says, "Can't give much but take my money and stay amazing, Ox. Thank you very much. I'll do my best." Julian Z says, "I don't know, Ox. I just started the DLC and I saw it as soon as I clicked on it. I didn't even see the body yet. You should try getting your hack to 100 if you can. Try again. It's put to you. It's up to you." All right, well, I'll go back and check it out. Thank you, Julian.
Black Hole Birdie's disappeared, you know. That poor fellow must be inconsolable.
Employees only, but I need a key
knew I
card.
should have gotten her autograph when I had the chance.
You'd think these people have never...
Oh, thank the law. Inspector, you don't know how relieved I am to see you.
Constable Keene, nice to meet you. We spoke over the Aetherwave.
Constable Maria Keene. It's good to meet you in person, Inspector.
Dr. Goodnight. Ecstatic to make your various acquaintances and so on. Are we finished with the pleasantries? There's something I'm excited to show you.
Let's try to be professional if we're going to get information out of these guys. What have you got for me, Doctor?
An extraordinary contraption. You'll love it.
Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please. You make it sound as if I'm turning over stolen goods. Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way it hums with ontological potential.
Okay, clues are nearby. Equip the discrepancy amplifier to search for them. You have gained the discrepancy amplifier. Interesting. So we can pass a number of skill checks. The only one I can do is science. I'm guessing this device makes use of deterministic calculus.
You're rather sharp in your upper story. I can see why you're the inspector. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model of our universe to detect the discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification.
So, it's a magnifying glass.
Yes. It's a magnifying glass, but an extraordinarily powerful one.
Yes!
It looks through the glass of reality itself.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but I'll bend that rule just this once.
Thank you,
You'll want to
Constable.
peer into the amplifier and examine the crime scene.
Awesome. Devo says, let me get a Eulogy Jones, Big Ox. Eulogy Jones. How's that? Humanoid Zeno says, well, I'm going to head back to bed for a nap as I'm running off 2 hours of sleep for 3 days. Good luck, Oxhorn, and have fun. Wow, yeah, sounds like you need a nap. Get some good sleep, Humanoid Zeno. And then Survivor from Old Era says, having a La Aurora Corojo for the first time. Thanks for the recommendation. It's a good one. Yeah, it's not too bad. My go-to cigars. All right, so we got the discrepancy amplifier. Greetings, Inspector. Thanks to the half-genius, half-mad scientific mind of Dr. Goodnight, you've been granted the discrepancy amplifier, a handy investigation device for uncovering clues throughout Eridanos. Be sure to equip the discrepancy amplifier in a weapon slot before you continue your hunt for Helen's killer. Right. Scanning Eridanos for evidence. To catch Helen's killer, you'll need to use the discrepancy amplifier's scope to reveal clues not visible to the naked eye. Once you've located some evidence, aim directly at it while zooming in with the scope and press the interact button to analyze it. Wow. Can I steal her bits?
You're, really digging around Helen's body for clues, huh?
Yep.
The discrepancy amplifier is now operational. Greetings, designated inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin amplification?
Yes, please. Wait, you can talk?
The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed to function as a helpful and perceptive aid to the enterprising inspector in the absence of a reliable deputy.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your features.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you.
This is brilliant. Let's get started. Tell me about the discrepancy you found.
This footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or her assailant or assailants.
We can taste the dirt. Why? Discrepancy amplifier. Do the size of these footprints match anything you have on record?
Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their shoe size. It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint.
Devo says, loved it. Thank you, Devo. And then Ken Clive says, Oxhorn, a larcenist? Never. Never, not me. Well, we could pass a perception check to see that there is some purple berry in the dirt, but I want to find out what happens if we taste it. Let's taste the dirt.
I'm all for taking pointless risks, but that's just disgusting.
The dirt tastes earthy, with a faint woody and fruity undertones. Well, then we can pass our perception check to say that we see purple berry in the dirt. Amplifier, analysis.
Excellent observation, Inspector. The following compounds have been detected. Purpleberry residue, nitrogen-rich fertilizer, common grass. Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards located not far from the Grand Colonio.
So, Helen must have been at the orchards before she died.
This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
Oh man, I feel like I've got Witcher senses with this thing. Whoop. B.
This is a bottle of unreleased Rizzo's product. Helen appears to have attempted to use it to spell something as she expired, but all she managed was a sticky B.
Sticky B. Babbage. Babbage 3001. What's the unreleased Rizzo's product?
Rizzo's Spectrum Brown has not yet been released for consumption. Spectrum Brown was scheduled to be unveiled at the Eridanos Atmosphere Complex in partnership with Halcyon Helen.
So B for Brown, or B for Babbage. Was she trying to spell the name of her killer?
This hypothesis is plausible, but requires additional information.
Isn't Black Hole Birdie staying here?
I was wondering about that. Before we arrived, I heard something on the aether waves about Black Hole Birdie taken up at the Grand Colonial.
Correct. Bertie Black Hole Holcomb is a registered guest at the Grand Colonial Hotel.
Well, we knew about that by reading the VIP terminal. Anybody else I should know about?
Accessing guest database B. The Grand Colonial Hotel is proud to serve the following VIPs. Bertie, Black Hole. Burbage 3001.
Make a note of this for later, Amplifier.
This evidence has been recorded for later reference. Now generating pre-approved compliment. Splendid work, Inspector.
Thanks. Right. Hold on a second. Now that I'm in windowed mode, my chat is flying off the screen every time I drag my mouse the wrong way. Let me move that back over. CB Duran says, hey Oxhorn, no update just yet, but I do have some back problems that are killing. Your videos always help. Thank you for always being loyal to us. You deserve more. Well, that's extremely kind. Sorry to hear about your back problems, but I hope that you feel better soon. Well, if the footprints led this way, where did... This doesn't make any sense. They're muddy footprints, right? Well, then they should have been muddy the entire time. Like, you don't gain more mud as you walk through a ballroom. You lose mud as you walk through a ballroom. I love how they straight up give me a magnifying glass to solve this crime. That's so great. Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. If it's brown, drink it down. Halcyon Helen introduces Rizzo's Spectrum Brown Draft 3. I'm Halcyon Helen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome so many important, rich guests to the unveiling of, read the following with due significance, Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. Though Spectrum Black was the pinnacle of quality? Think again. Now your tastes can reach new heights with the wonderful Spectrum Brown, containing notes of look, list whatever you want here. Just make it sound good? Oh, come on. Rizzo's has put the utmost in quality into their new beverage. Brown also contains a special secret ingredient that can't be found in any other type of drink. Each refreshing sip will leave you feeling more ecstatic than before. It just might have something to do with that, what do we say here? There's a worm in the bottle? Flavor-enhancing trifle at the the bottle's bottom. Ew. Thank you all for coming to this unveiling. Thank you to Rizzo's for allowing me to speak here. And remember, if it's brown, drink it down. Right. Let's use our new magnifying glass in some of the other sections before we leave to the gardens.
How awful! I left my favorite jacket in there.
Okay, I've got skill points to spend and perks to buy. Let's start with skill points. I've got 10 available. My lockpick is at 106 with Ellie here. Or no, with Felix here. Let me... Lockpick 10. Dialogue 10. I have a feeling I'm going to be talking with a lot of people. All right, let's go back to character. And my hack is pretty low. All right, I don't have time for perks. Hack 100. Access restricted message. There it is. Is there a character that can increase my hack?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. An industrial-grade laxative has been added to the liquor in these bottles.
Somebody put a laxative in the bottles. Okay, who drank from the bottles? Yep, Vicar Max can hack, says the chat. All right, I might go bring in Max. CB says, lol, if it's brown, drink it down. That's why I always smell my drink or get myself... or get it myself, lol. Please be safe out there. Thank you, CB.
Why, hello there. Goodness, I always enjoy seeing guests, but it's been so long since I've chatted face to face that I about hopped out of my skin at the sight of you. Excuse me, I should introduce myself, though you might know me already, just not by name. I'm Bellhop Sullivan. You've likely heard my dulcet tones through the elevator intercom.
Right, well, I don't recognize your voice, but I am glad I could meet you in person.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. I'm glad to meet you too. Now that our introductions are out of the way, do let me know if I can help you with anything.
Slidey Bartfest says, laxatives brings new meaning to Spectrum Brown. You said you operate the elevators, right? Can guests not press the buttons themselves?
Well, yes, but having an operator certifies that the right guests end up on the proper floors. We wouldn't want tossball players rubbing shoulders with CEOs. It'd be anarchy. Plus, there's always the risk a guest chips a nail or loses a ring on a button. It's an extra effort, but the Grand Colonial prides itself on personalized service in all things. That and the elevator still works if I'm ever not around. I do take occasional breaks and sleep every so often.
Richard says that I missed a super chat earlier. Let me see if I can scroll up and find it. Douglas says, on my end, your volume changed. You are more quiet than a few minutes ago. Nope. Nope, my volume's the same as it was. Brian says, hey, Ox, Yoder is the most common last name among the Amish and Mennonite communities. That is the reason why vehicles used to carry their workers are called Yoder Toter. Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Thank you for the update. So I'd assume the bellhops all know each other. Any gossip about Norville?
Oh, yes. Norville's great. Always ready to help any and all guests who might need it. And so handsome, too. His judgment sometimes leaves something to be desired, I will say. Kept badgering Halcyon Helen prior to her death about an autograph or something. A little beyond his station.
Ooh. Do you know anything about Halcyon Helen's murder?
Unfortunately not. I was in the operator room for the elevator, as usual. The camera feed only allows me to see within the elevator, which always has many people coming through. For what it's worth, the murder was a right shame. I always enjoyed the serials starring Ms. Helen, though I did find them prone to repetitive plot structures. But I'm sure you've heard the rumor about what actually did her in. That marauders got into the hotel and management is covering it up so the guests don't run off.
Have marauders been a problem at the Grand Colonial before?
Well, not necessarily, but they're fairly prevalent on the other complexes. It wouldn't take much for them to find their way here. Slug claims they've got the problem under control, but I don't understand why they haven't simply gone and exterminated all of the marauders like the vermin they are. Oh, well, I'm just here to push buttons.
Goodbye. All right, I wonder if we can talk with what's-his-name about pestering her for autographs. Acquire penthouse key. We've got it. That's Concierge Halston.
I'm sorry, sir, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, I regret to inform you that all new bookings, room upgrades, room downgrades, and in-room massages are suspect. Oh, you're the special inspector. Mr. Kincannon warned me you'd be checking in soon.
In-room massages? Who?
Why, you.
No. No, not the special instructor. I meant your boss.
Oh, Mr. Kincannon. He runs all sublet underground operations in the Eridanos atmospheric complex, including the Grand Colonial Hotel. But he keeps his office down in the warehouse district, near the docks. If you should require to meet with him in person, you're most likely to find him there. While you're here, Inspector, could I set you up with a room?
Sure, what do you got?
For you, only the best, sir, of course. You'll be staying in our luxurious penthouse suite, vacated just recently. So recently that unfortunately the room's still being cleaned. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly, so we needed a little time to tidy the suite up for you. Simply call the elevator in the lobby, and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor with efficiency and cheer.
Wait, wasn't Halcyon Helen in the best suite? They're gonna put me in her room? Why are they cleaning it up? I should be able to inspect it before they clean it up, right? You've got some high-profile guests here, right? What can you tell me about them?
My apologies, Inspector, but that would be a severe violation of guest privacy. We here at the Grand Colonial firmly believe that... All right, my supervisor just walked out of earshot. Some folks just don't understand the importance of gossip. About whom? And what would you wish to know?
Okay. Did you notice anything about Halcyon Helen before she died?
You know, out of everyone here, I probably knew the least about Helen. I'm not much of an Aetherwave watcher myself. And Helen always had a crowd of admirers chasing her, you see. So she rarely stopped to chat. Friendly enough, surely, but always seemed untouchable. Emphasis on seemed.
Was she closer with some people than others?
Everyone wanted to be around Helen. She could usually be seen alongside Bertie or Woolrich, for obvious reasons. You know, out of everyone, I'm not much of a...
Did you ever see Helen acting strangely?
Now that you mention it, she was usually calm and collected, but every so often I'd see her looking all wild-eyed and intense. It seemed as if she was determined about something. Or maybe she was just hungry. That woman ordered a lot of food. Maybe show business gives you a faster metabolism.
I heard that Black Hole Bertie was staying here.
Ah, Bertie. Is he bigger than he is dumb, or dumber than he is big? I have a bet with a friend. Not sure we'll ever get it to pay out. Bertie used to be Helen's beau, though he isn't anymore, and not just because she's dead. If I had 1,000,000 bits, I'd spend every one just to learn what caused their split.
So they split just before she died. We've got some kind of productivity guru here, right? What's her deal?
Her deal? Not making them. I'd laugh at my own comment, but everyone knows there's no bigger joke than the prophet of profitability herself. Didn't you hear Helen's interview? That woman is the definition of humbuggery. Anyone who gives her the time of day is a right fool. I mean, Spencer Woolrich has taken several of her productivity seminars, and look where it got him. Don't waste your time.
Helen's co-star, Woolrich. He have any reason to want her dead?
If looks could kill, he'd have put her in the ground 10 times over. Man's clearly jealous of her success compared to his. See, I'd bet we're the only two people thinking about him in all of Eridanos. And I only am because you mentioned his name. If you leave woolly cow milk out, it turns to curds. Leave the curds out, they begin to get stale, then rot. Woolridge is on his way to the trash bin, and everyone knows it. Either he's in denial, or he knew Helen would be checking out soon, judging by his increasing demands for a room upgrade.
Oh, that's right. But he was making those demands like 60 times, right? That's enough for now.
That's a shame, Inspector. What if I wanted to know a little about you?
Well, why would you want to know anything about me? The fewer people who know about me, the better.
A man of mystery, are you? Consider me intrigued.
The Grand Colonial sure is interesting.
It certainly is a marvel of modern ingenuity, luxury, and ambition. Please, allow me to answer any curiosities you might have about our building and the amenities on offer.
What does the penthouse have to offer?
Twice the size of the next biggest room, and kitted out with any amenity you want, as well as many that you won't. Best to enjoy it while you can, Inspector. Typically, the only people who can afford the penthouse suite have enough bits to suffocate everyone on Terra 2. Also, please inform me if Woolridge gives you a hard time about getting a better room than his. Don't tell him I said this, but everyone on staff wants to strangle him.
Is there anything special about the upper levels?
Most certainly. All the important folks can be found in the utmost parts of the hotel. You can hardly walk 3 feet without bumping into a tossball grate or a bored exec. Though maybe don't bump into them. Could be harmful to your health.
No one seems to talk much about the lower levels of the hotel.
Who would be interested in a staff-only area? Most folks never ask about the sewers beneath Rizzo's plant, either.
You can't honestly tell me there's nothing of interest in an entire half of the hotel?
Of interest to your investigation? Well, I suppose there is that one door we're not supposed to open. But I'm sorry, Inspector, I'm not authorized to grant you access to any staff sections of the hotel. You'll have to find a way in on your own. Who would be...
Guess you don't lump yourself in with the other workers.
Oh no, Inspector, sir. I live down there too. But that doesn't mean I plan to abide in the bowels of the Grand Colonial forever. The best thing about Sublight compared to other organizations is the potential for upward mobility. We bottom rungers get in, do our job, do it well, then move up and on. This is but one rung on the grand ladder of life, you see?
High aspirations, that's cool.
Who would...
Not mincing words, huh? Let's go over the other levels of the hotel then.
Of course. Your interest is my pleasure, as dictated by Mr. Kincannon, Inspector.
Well, that's enough about the hotel, I guess.
If you're sure.
Bye. Huh, so I can't talk about the other levels of the hotel? Alright, so a couple things. There's that staff door. Well, first let's talk with what's-his-name about asking for her autograph all the time.
Finally checked in, I see. I hope you're fond of the penthouse. It's pretty much the best seat in the whole hotel. You shouldn't want for any amenity you might find elsewhere. Should act as a better headquarters for the investigation than any space dust-covered ship. That and you ain't got room service on a ship. You ever need anything, come find me. Even if you don't, you can still swing by. I'm always happy to chat.
Did you know the victim?
Oh, of course. That is, maybe not on a personal level, but I'm one of her biggest fans. Even started an association of like-minded individuals. I'd lament not having anything to meet about anymore, but the newer tribe just ain't done it for us. Still, there goes my hopes of a Terror on Monarch reunion episode.
She's just an actress. They're a bit of a bundle.
Sorry, friend, but I guess you don't get it. Helen was special, had a certain quality about her, like she would really go out and fight injustice. You look at Woolrich, and no disrespect to the man, but you just don't get the same feeling. He reminds me more of a vacuum suit without nobody in it. Don't tell him I said that. Now, what can I lend a hand with?
Matt DeBoard on Facebook says, Hey Ox, just stopping by. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Matt. From what I've heard, your affection for Helen was somewhat extreme.
I suppose you could call it that, but that don't mean I poked around her room or nothing while she was out. That'd be a huge breach of hotel policy. Besides, knowing Helen's athletic acumen, anyone who tried probably would have been found, beaten senseless, then hurled into the hallway, followed by the contents of a garbage bin. Probably, that is. It'd probably happen, but it didn't. I'm just theorizing.
He's totally not speaking from experience, right? Well, I'm curious about you. How'd you get to be a bellhop?
Notice my battle-hardened physique, have you? Used to be in a mighty mean line of work. Been shot at 35 times. That is, I've been near people who were shot at 35 times. But to be honest, I never really enjoyed it, you know? It's one thing to tightrope walk between life and death every day, but for just a handful of bits? Nah. When this position came up, I jumped on it and made a lateral move from sublight to slug. I ain't ever looked back.
I thought slug and sublight didn't engage much. How'd you move from one to the other?
Well, slug is something like an offshoot of sublight. It ain't too difficult to pivot from one part of the same company to another. Disconnects or no. That said, my departure may have been somewhat hasty.
Interesting, we can pass a sneak check of 65 to say, did something bad? Did something bad and had to make tracks, eh? I know the feeling.
I mean, yes, but I still earned sublight a hell of a lot of bits. Basically, I singled out a ship to salvage that I thought had been out for use for years. As it turns out, it belonged to a wealthy Byzantine who used it only to vacation. As it so happened, I still don't think she tried to use it, too satisfied with the luxuries of Byzantium. Still, I figured it was a good time to turn tail, in case that ever changed.
Let's try the others. You made it sound like a choice earlier.
Well, it was, technically. Basically, I singled out a ship to...
Okay, so it's the exact same conversation. Got any good stories? Sure, you've seen a lot of people coming and going.
Stories? Huh. Actually, I think I got a couple now that you mention it. Had a basket case visit from Fallbrook once. Almost took a swing at me when I tried to take his bag. Turned out to be full of live sprats. We charged him extra.
How different is working with Slug from working within Sublight?
Well, Slug is more trustworthy for one thing, where Sublight is all about back alleys and backstabbing. Slug can be trusted not to salvage your ship when you turn your head. Well...
Mind if I ask you a few questions about the crime scene?
Please do.
Alright, we've already gone through these. Okay, so I need to go to my room. I want to get Vicar Max so that I can hack. Let's give this scene a bit of an inspection first.
I did not read about this kind of treatment in the service agreement papers.
That's still locked. So is this thing going to make a message? It's going to talk at me every time I get close to finding something, right? All right, let's go back to the ship. Let's get Vicar Max. I then want to, now that we've got this magnifying glass, I want to go see that note that talked about the green ship. All right, now I'm walking very slowly because I believe my armor gave me extra strength. Yeah, it did. All right, really quickly, go back to the ship.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
I'll cease my inquiries about leaving the hotel.
Thank you.
Now, since I've given up on that, I'll have to find some new way to keep myself entertained. Have 20 bottles of purpleberry wine sent up to my room. I plan to wreck the place.
I will inform maintenance to get their worldly affairs in order, sir.
All right, let's go to the ship. Get Max. Let's get my chat back while I'm here. gonna offload some things too while I'm here because I don't want to walk around with my armor on the entire time. Slidey Bartfast says, "Hi Ox, chat is saying your mic volume is too low." All right, I've got it turned up as high as it'll go. I turned down some of the background music. Hopefully that'll help. Let's go to my storage bin. Let's transfer some junk. I'm carrying a lot of mods. All right, don't need 2 of those. Don't need that. Don't need that for right now. I'll get it back later. Intimidate, stealth, block. Don't need that. All right, I think I'm doing good on carry weight for now. Let's go out with Vicar Max. Try Parvati.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay.
It was down below us, wasn't it? Yeah. Where was it? Ah. Okay, that was the note. But we're not picking up a discrepancy. Okay, then we can see if we can get into the employees section of the hotel. And then we'll go to our VIP room.
When the Rizzo spokesman said that the unveiling would be indefinitely postponed, what did he mean? Are we going to have to wait an entire week? 2 weeks?
I suspect it may take longer than that. If the murder isn't solved, the unveiling could be postponed for as long as a month.
I can't believe that! We should sue.
We can sue later. For now, let's just enjoy the day and hope the murder is solved with due haste.
Working on it. See if I can hack that terminal. Yes! Access restricted message. To the concierge from Cedric Kincannon. Subject, that damn fool. Halston, I have reason to believe Ludovico is getting agitated again, which will likely present itself in several dozen messages to you, each demanding a reduction in Rizzo's payments. Funnel these messages into the trash, if you please. If Ludovico wants to renegotiate the terms of our contract, he's welcome to take his operations elsewhere. Cedric. All right, employees access. I need a key card find a key card. Let's examine the top floor real quick before we take the elevator, because we didn't go up here yet. What's this? Bathroom. Any evidence of the severe laxative up here in the bathroom? Probably not. It's the elevator button for when we go to our room.
Murder or no murder, it is my right to loiter on a bar stool. How else should I be expected to avoid my wife?
Who said that? Discrepancy amplifier replacements. These are replacement models of the discrepancy amplifier, fitted with backups of its logic module. A label reads, in case of a careless inspector. Ah, so if I ever lose it, I can get another one there. Great. Terminal. Welcome, Dr. Winifred Goodnight. This is an automated reminder to make sure you clean the blood off of your instruments. We can examine the patient logs, and we have quite a few. In the first, Hartford Bosch. Name Hartford Bosch, complaint back pains. Another day, another case that bores me to drink. The ill-fated Byzantine of the hour thought it prudent to gorge himself on enough purpleberry wine to incapacitate a primal. He then attempted to reach the lobby by stairs rather than elevator and fell down 6 flights. Automechanical servants broke his fall. He broke their servo mechanisms and will be billed accordingly. Fractures in left clavicle, right femur, parietal bone, ribs. More injuries than brain cells. I recommended replacing purpleberry wine with Rizzo's Spectrum Violet in order to appease Rizzo's company policy. Then patient log Nina Hahn. Complaint extreme excitability. Finally, something a little different from the norm. Ms. Hahn came in earlier today, escorted by her sister. Apparently not long after arriving on Eridanos, the two of them went on a trip through the purpleberry orchards. Ms. Hahn's sister visited the purple hedges, but quickly became lost. When she eventually made her way out, Ms. Hahn was nowhere to be found. The sister claims that Ms. Hahn returned to their hotel room several hours later, but has been unusual ever since. Her sister described the patient as formerly sullen, morose, phlegmatic, and given to melancholia. Her demeanor has transformed into an unpleasant degree of levity and shocking enthusiasm towards everything. I suggest vast quantities of cheap alcohol. So we heard them, the hotel guests, talking about the maze in the orchard. This person gets lost, comes back several hours later, and her personality is different, and the orchard was the last place our victim was before she died. Can't be a coincidence. Joshua says, got to go to work, enjoyed the stream, and love your vids, Ox. Keep it up. Thank you, Joshua. I do love a good murder mystery. Well, that's dirty, but the discrepancy analyzer isn't picking anything up. All right, well, before we go out to the maze, we should probably go to our VIP room. It was, after all, hers before she died. Hey.
Nice. What the? I was going to wash my hands, I swear.
Sorry.
You know, I never imagined Spencer Woolrich would outlive Halcyon Helen.
All right, well, nothing in here. All I did is burst in on a poor guy trying to use the John. Up we go.
Hello there, my inordinately... Oh, you're the one who visited me. Hello again. Thanks so much for brightening my day. What authorized floor can I bring you to?
Let's go to the penthouse suite first. Examine Halcyon Helen's room, then we'll go to the VIP guest floor and talk to some of the other actors.
Next stop, the finest seat in the house.
Michael Yang says, if you did not know, you can inspect equipment and items to read more about them. Inspecting unique equipment will tell you more about their special effects. Okay. Designed by Dr. Goodnight, the discrepancy amplifier is an inductive reasoning simulator and computation device, fine-tuned to pick up discrepancies in the Eridanos atmospheric complex. The device requires the strong magnetic fields of the Eridanos complex and cannot function anywhere else in the colony. Cool. Oh, my entire team is here. Oh, I didn't have to go back to the ship. I could have come back here. Ah, cool. We can contact administrator. Let's finish examining the scene first. Pick up spatial acuity sensor apparatus. It's a helmet. This helmet is designed to draw the wearer's attention to distinct details in the immediate environment. Huh, how does that work? Examine. Notice of unlawful equipment. This notice is attached to an object / peripheral / personal belonging that exceeds or otherwise violates hotel regulations. Leaving this object on the hotel premises will result in a 500-bit fee per day of unlawful storage. At your earliest convenience, please remove this object / peripheral / personal belonging and pay any outstanding fees. Oh, cool. Investigation board. This board is covered with a loose collection of photographs and papers. We can examine the board more closely. A blank notebook lies open beside a stack of clean papers. It looks like someone intended to write something, but never got started. Well, it couldn't be her because her dead body is here. Profitability. I'm curious as to how this helmet is going to help us. Ooh.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
There it is.
The imprint left inside this suitcase matches the silhouette of Halcyon Helen's iconic handgun, the Needler. The weapon was recently removed.
Okay, someone took her gun.
Helen, where did we go wrong? Oh, Lo, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for... Helen, I love you. I love you so much.
Right, but was that recording made before or after she died? Was he crying because he was in deep regret that she was dead and he would never again be able to love her? Or was he crying and he sent that message to her because they broke up and he was trying to get her to come back? Lots of cigarettes all over the place. Dirty clothes all over the floor. She was really preoccupied. Looks like somebody ransacked her room. There's her wigs. Personal terminal, welcome R. Bellamy. From Administrator Ludovico, subject grateful. To Ruth Bellamy. Dear Halcyon Helen, thank you for choosing the Eridanos Atmospheric Complex as the site of your next publicity and marketing campaign. By endorsing the Spectrum Brown product, you are allying yourself with a revolution in the leisure beverage market. Indeed, in the culture of Halcyon itself. We're going to change the world together. Sincerely, Quentin Ludovico. From the Prophet of Profitability, subject disappointed, to Ruth Bellamy, a.k.a. Halcyon Helen. Helen, I don't understand why you and I must be enemies. Are we not both branches on the same tree of privilege? You command audiences with your masterly performances on the Aetherwave, and I command the attention of our corporate leaders. We're both cultural icons with a responsibility to set a good example. I'm disappointed to discover you've berated my seminars publicly and on official records. I take particular umbrage in your characterization of my most recent seminar, spearheading your project, How to Motivate Your Workforce Using Ancient Weaponry, as a, and I quote, nonsensical vanity project from a dyed-in-the-wool buffoon. These are fighting words. Expect to hear from my personal auditors soon. Sincerely, the Prophet of Profitability. Money can't buy happiness, and other lies we tell ourselves. A new seminar by the Prophet of Profitability. Coming soon. From Eskin Cannon, subject, free advice. To Ruth Bellamy. Ms. Bellamy, you're a talented actor. I've enjoyed all of your roles across the years. I'm especially fond of your performance in The Terror of Monarch. Ludovico doesn't appreciate the serials. Maybe that's why he never knows when he's being played. He still thinks you're here to endorse Spectrum Brown. Your performance has him fooled. I have a feeling I know what you're up to. It's always a little disappointing when the audience is a few steps ahead of the plot. Best, Cedric. So we kind of got the impression that she was here for another reason. She seemed to be fighting a cause of some sort. But Cedric Kincannon doesn't have a name that has a B in it. Hack! Oh, and I can't use Max because it's in the VIP room. Hack 100. Crap. Recover deleted message. Is there any way I can raise my hack? Leadership and persuade. Engineering. Stealth skills -5. Lockpick. Tech skills. Intimidate. Without Max, my hack is only level 77. It's up to 87 right now with an adjusted support hack. Crap. Well, there's a deleted message and I can't get it. So I really only need to use this thing when it talks to me and tells me to use it. Okay, that definitely makes it easier. A flyer promoting a productotherapy seminar with renowned prophet of profitability Jasmine Leva at her retreat in the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Under her patented system, purge your body of nefarious humor stopping you. Oh, we already read that. So she dislikes the person but has a poster in her room, which leads us to believe that part of her mission for being here might involve the prophet of profitability. Okay, let's contact Administrator Ludovica.
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed.
You mean Ruth Bellamy? Halcyon Helen was just a character.
Halcyon Helen was more than a character. She was a brand. Her death will now be associated with Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. You understand why that worries me.
Just turn this into an ad. Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. It's heart-stoppingly good.
Stop. Please warn me before you provide me with unsolicited ideas. There are waivers you need to sign. Back to the matter at hand. Tell me about your investigation.
We can pass a persuade check of 45 to say I've got a lead, but I can't tell you why. But I need access to the orchards.
Your discretion is appreciated. I admit, I'm beginning to feel more confident in this arrangement. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through to the end. There is one caveat. Cedric's being rather intransigent about letting you into the space bay. He's trying to hide something. Possibly he wants to annoy me. Possibly both.
So he locks his doors the moment an investigator arrives. That's not suspicious at all.
I agree with the sentiment behind your snide remark. Unfortunately, the Piraeus spaceport is Cedric's purview, not mine. You have a lead to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
I'll be back. All right. Well, I got my hat that highlights things for me, I guess. I've got my special magnifying glass gun. I inspected this room. We need to go to the orchards, and we need to go to the VIP.
Hi there, Inspector. It might be a little beyond my job description to ask, but at my heart, I'm still a bellhop. Was the suite to your liking?
Let's humor this poor lady. I didn't even know they made hotel rooms that large. It was great.
Good. I'm glad. Now, I'd love to bring you to a floor of your choosing.
Let's go to the VIP guest floor, see whom we can talk with there.
Oh, so sorry, but you're not actually authorized to visit that floor. What authorized floor can I bring you to?
Let's exit. Oh, and we'll bring Vicar Max and Parvati. John Doe says, hey, Ox, kind of arrived late today, but I'm glad to catch the stream. Missed you on Monday. Good luck with the DLC. Thanks, my friend. And then Not Nick Skinner says, a tip for you, Ox. Thanks for keeping me entertained while I've been stuck at the dealership getting my car fixed. What a great DLC. Cheers. Yeah, I'm having a blast so far. Okay, so we need to go to the orchards. What's this? Just an upper balcony to the hotel.
Bertie Holcomb is likely beside himself in grief.
Staircase going back down.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Sampling of the barcode reveals it is host not only to alcohol, but a variety of other substances as well. Among the selection are adrenatime, pep pills, dervish mist, and many other narcotics with unrecognized chemical signatures.
We can pass a medical check of 45 to say taking any 2 of these at once could shut down most of a person's organs.
Chemical analysis confirms user comment. This news is unlikely to factor into the murder, however, due to frequency of Byzantine narcotic misuse.
Something tells me they won't miss a few extra bottles here and there.
Moralizing. It's not theft, it's object repositioning.
I guess rich folk know how to party.
System error. By know how to party, did you mean die?
Yes. Whoa! You guys all right? Whoa,
Nature
what the
will
heck
out,
happened?
Regardless of man's feeble attempts at control.
Thank you, Vicar.
Whew. Thanks for the help back there. I've actually never fired a gun before. Is this ringing in your ears normal?
Yep, you get used to it.
That's more than a little disconcerting, since I maxed out my medical allotment this month. That's what I call my booze fund. Still, I had to be alive to be able to go deaf later. I'm not sure if I actually hit any shots. If you hadn't intervened, it could have been bleak.
You know, I just realized you owe me a little more than thanks.
What do you mean?
Weapons, maintenance, and ammo. Well, I was hoping to get some information from him, but no. I mean, I don't want to persuade him to give me ammo. I also don't know if I want to intimidate him. So I could raise my reputation with Slug, probably the best one.
Of course. I'd be real pleased to let the rest of the crew know that you saved my hide.
It seems like it'd be Slug's job to keep a horde of Raptidons from getting this far.
I'm just as confused as you are. Someone should have been on shift to see them coming. Ms. Vargas would probably have a better idea of what happened. She's stationed at the luxury pad.
Take care. Pavel says, hi, Ox, how long will you be streaming? I chatted very beginning, still at work, but then family dinner time came. Well, thanks, Pavel. I don't know how long I'm going to stream today, until I get tired, I guess. I do have to work on a lore video for the weekend, so I have some work ahead of me. So I'll stream until I feel like it's a good time to stop. Julian Z says, Ox, you actually have 2 quests right now. I recommend you explore each island. Also, there is a door near the thief note you found that is now accessible. Oh, it opened up. Oh no, we've got a dead guy here, a hotel guest. The Raptidons killed a hotel guest. Oh no. Thank you, Julian. Yeah, I'll go check out that door.
That's clever.
What's this? Wilderness checkpoint note. Evan, remember cards tonight. If you don't show, I'll set a Raptidon loose in here with you. I'm kidding, but don't forget, you hear? I need help knocking Bo down a rung or 3. She's had me writing field reports for her all week. Botanical operations building, cards tonight, Fritz. Okay, well, I can't actually go down there just yet. Now, you say that I have 2 quests available right now? The Productivity Queen. You've learned that Helen disparaged the Prophet of Profitability's work seminars, harming her image and costing her bits. Investigate whether or not this would have motivated the Prophet to kill Helen. To do so, I need to track down the Prophet of Profitability. Right now, I'm on a momentary taste of purpleberry. Residue you found on the bottom of Halcyon Helen's shoes indicate she visited Rizzo's purpleberry orchards a short time before her death. Perhaps she left a clue there concerning her murder. One at a time. We're already outside. Let's go to the purpleberry fields. Matt says, oh, I already read Matt's comment. Thank you, Matt. That just goes inside. What's this over here? Floating pod of some sort.
Why'd Helen have to go and die in our hotel? We don't need that kind of notoriety.
Rizzo's Knock You Out Bar. A CCN 76 milk chocolate bar with caramel and pea-free nuts in it.
We're in the middle of a lockdown. No one's supposed to be coming or going. And when I can't get a hold of anyone in the orchards, I can't make sure of that, can I?
No, Miss Vargas. Sorry, I'll work on getting a hold of someone.
Great, you do that. I'll be waiting right here.
Ghost Whisperer says, hey there, Ox. Is it wrong that I bought the special edition of Resident Evil Village with the stimulus check? I mean, who am I to say whether it's wrong or right? I can say that by buying video games, you are stimulating the economy. So, thumbs up.
Swear to the architect, Matthias. If you've lost your rifle's ionization, coil again. Oh, wait. You ain't part of my crew. What do you want?
Are you okay? You seem a little tightly wound.
Tightly wound? Tightly wound? Damn right I'm fine. I'm going to my calm place, where there's peace and quiet, and none of my sprat fucking subordinates can bother me. On behalf of Slug, I'd like to apologize for that outburst, as well as all of my future outbursts. Yes, I'm a little wound up. You would be too. Between the landing pad, lockdowns, gate closures, and constant questions from angry guests, I've got a lot on my plate. And if that don't beat all, one of my crew is AWOL.
Is it Matthias?
I wish. Matthias is about as useful as a manta queen in a saltuna cannery. Wouldn't give a damn if he were lost. Frankly, he'd be doing me a favor.
A missing person? I'm actually an inspector. Could look into that for you.
If you're serious, I'd appreciate the help. He's been missing a few days, and we're low on staff as it is.
A few days? Why'd you wait until now to search for him?
It's not exactly uncommon for slug agents to go on the odd bender. They'll pick a place they think I don't know about and hunker down. Usually I don't bother with the discipline and paperwork. Gotta pick your battles. Thing is, they usually resurface within 24 hours, or at least yell for medical help. This guy, not a peep.
Well, he's dead. I'll look into it. What do I need to know?
The missing crew member's Evan O'Connell. He's one of about 2 slug agents I can trust with more complex tasks than stand here and look tough. Friendly type. Well-behaved, followed orders. Anyone else, I'd think they got drunk and fell asleep in a ditch somewhere, but O'Connell's not really the type. He was last stationed at the Wilderness checkpoint. I'd search there first.
I'll get on that. Train operator says, hey, Ox, you should listen to The Fine Print by Stupendium on YouTube. It's a fun parody song of The Outer Worlds. It does sound interesting. I'll check it out.
You don't know how grateful I am to the morale improvement program. Changed my life.
Oh, God. That's terrifying. Okay. Quick save. Now let's see what's over here. How big is this section? Ooh. Whoa. The map doesn't... Oh, there we go. All right, so that's the momentary taste of Purple Berry. Does the other quest that I just got, side quest, that's not on this section. That's over here. Well, let's do this one first.
Got it. Heads down.
Here we go.
What? What are you guys doing? Oh, Vickers, sorry. What a bunch of marauders doing over here. I thought this was supposed to be a hotel. Jeez. Now these guys were sitting over a body. Down there. Ooh. And I'm picking up something. All right, I got to go down to that body. Let's finish looting up over here. Rockland says, cheers to fun folks in chat and hilarious Obsidian. No, they do have a great sense of humor with this game. And then Pavel says, damn, that should be catched, not cached. Now I'm an hour and a half back in recording, so have a good stream. I will not be able to react as it's usually happening. No worries, my friend. You have a good day at work. Nope. Oh. Cool, I can sleep here. All right, let me get a new cigar. My cigar is out of itself. Oh, it can shoot. I didn't realize it could shoot. Hold on. It's not just a magnifying glass. It can shoot. I didn't realize that. Cool.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The garb on this security guard identifies him as a member of the Rizzo's corporation. His rank would have been that of Jawbreaker or higher. This security guard has experienced premature expiration. Evidence strongly suggests a conflict with Marauders.
Like the Marauders we just killed? We can search his pockets. We find 3 bits and a half-eaten Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch. At least he left this world happy, and we can pay our respects.
Death removes that which we worked so hard to create in life, a shell to protect us from pain. But it is this shell, this self, that is the cause of all our suffering. He is now free.
Thanks, Vicar. All right, chat is still telling me that my voice is low. Check, 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 check. Test, test. Testing, testing. Check, 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 check. Test, test. Check, check, check. Green, yellow, 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 red, red. Yep, green. I don't know. I mean, it seems to be working for me. Like when I shout into it, it's getting right into the red. So I think we're okay. Otacon Exodia says, "Hey yo, if you had to spare 2 companions from certain doom, who would they be?" Spare? I mean, all the companions in this game are great. I love... if I had to spare 2, I guess I'd choose Sam. No, not Sam. Parvati and Felix. Parvati and Felix. Right.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ooh.
This card also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with Marauders.
Okay, but it's the same conversation.
Security Officer Danvers, nightly report number 27. No sign of trouble, but I'm on the lookout. If it's out there, I'll find it. Wait, I think I see someone. Approaching now. Excuse me, sir or madam. I require your participation in my nightly security report.
Well, that didn't go out very well. Not for him, at least. Alt Grendel says, "Hey Ox, Luke Cage suggests selling 100 of your health kits to reduce weight. No, that's a good idea. I probably should." Hello. What is this? Frigiderator. Frigiderator. This cold-firing gun has a chance of chilling its target. Post-armor damage dealt 15%. 438 damage compared to my 559 damage plasma carbine. This gun is the answer to the question, what happens if you add engine coolant to a plasma carbine? Special effects stagger, special effects stagger. Well, the one I have is better by a lot, so I'll just keep it for now. A brief whiff of the contents makes your head swim. Connector complex maintenance terminal keycard.
Impressive, as always.
All right. Well, we got a key card for something. Glad we explored around. But our little device isn't picking up anything else over here. All right, back up we go.
Nice.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Must be in that room. Wait, is that the green ship we read about? Hey, so that's what the key card is for. Cool. Connector complex maintenance. All maintenance personnel must thoroughly sanitize after handling engine parts. Associated chemicals are known to cause delirium and lightheadedness. Rizzo's reminds you that proprietary engine chemicals are not intended to be used to induce delirium and lightheadedness. Any personnel caught ingesting or absorbing said chemicals, even unintentionally, will be cited for misuse of company property and charged wages for any affected shifts. We can take a look at the maintenance logs. Entry 247. Topped off coolant. Should be set for another week. 248. Coolant levels dropped faster than expected. I've filled the tanks back up, but I'll keep an eye on them. 249. Looks like we lost coolant overnight. Must be a slow leak in the tanks or piping. I'm requesting authorization for a full inspection from EAC management. Entry 250. No answer on my request. Must have attached the wrong header, or maybe I CC'd the wrong sub-department. Trying again. Entry 251. My inspection request is still pending, and we're still leaking coolant. Entry 252. I'm just going to look myself, authorization or no. What's the worst they could do to me? Well, they killed him. That's the guy whose body we found back there with the holotape. Messages. Ramirez, sounds like you've got guests wandering the premises at night. That explains the empty bottles and cigarette stubs. The problem is they tend to wander off the side in the dark. And then hotel management has to run in circles trying to get payment for the days the guest is delinquent. I'll assign security officer Danvers to patrol the complex after dark. He'll probably insist on giving you nightly reports. He's watched a few too many serials. Easiest thing is just to toss them over the edge when he's not looking. Say you pass them up the chain for processing. Phelps.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Hey, Crew C. It's Amelia. Evan must have gotten into the Spectrum in these crates. Listen to this.
Come out! Come out to play!
Law, he's having a grand old time. I'm gonna take him to A2 under the hotel so he can sleep it off. I'll meet you back at the orchard straight after. See you soon. Evan, come on, you slackwit.
So they were getting high on engine fuel?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
It's pointing this way. Oh, is it maybe that body over there? Oh no, it only happens in front.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This card also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with marauders.
3 dead guards, all killed by marauders. Octasian says, I wouldn't be surprised if this DLC has a cop rock reference. That would be the proverbial cherry on black cherry on top. Yeah, you're probably right. Ooh, a safe.
Oh, wow.
Okay, it looks like that's it for this section. Now we've got this whole place to explore. It's a quick save. Find Helen's trail.
Please visit the Purpleberry Nut Hut to purchase an audio tour today.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! It's Rizzo's! Welcome to the Purpleberry Nut Hut, you wonderful, wonderful customer! Thank you for giving my humble existence value.
I can't tell if she's happy or in serious pain.
I sure am! Good lamps you got on you to take notice.
What's in her neck? We could squint at the thing on her neck and go, nah, let's just pretend like this is normal.
Now I'd love to get you something. Maybe a couple somethings? Whatever you like, I can sell it to you at a low, low price.
God, anything you can tell me about the orchards?
I'm so glad you asked. The orchards are my third favorite subject, with my first being Rizzo's refreshing drinks and my second being Rizzo's toothsome confectionaries. Our orchards are the source of 63% of Rizzo's total produce, which correlates to 112% of fresh goods throughout all of Halcyon. Give or take a few percent, of course. If you want to know more about each part of the orchards, might I recommend one of our fantastic tours? One of our options is even audio guided as a special bonus feature.
I might be interested in hearing more about your tours.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that. Our tours are my fourth favorite subject. Every part of the orchards is so rich with Rizzo's lore. Buy a tour ticket and anoint yourself with knowledge.
What are my options?
We have 3 tour options: Premium, Premium Plus, and the Golden Ticket. Each option is wonderful in its own special way. Premium includes a 10-minute pass to the Sprat Petting Zoo. Premium Plus comes with a novelty Purpleberry and Amber, and the Golden Ticket is audio-guided in addition to being self-guided.
Okay, I'll buy a ticket.
Which kind would you like?
Let's get a golden one.
You're in luck. We have 1 left. Normally they're 100 bits, but seeing how I'm sold out of everything else, I can give it to you for just 90. How does that sound?
Okay.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Let's see if we can get the others.
I never get...
Oh, I can't. After I purchase one, I can't buy more. Well, Rizzo's really pushes the hard sell, huh?
Huh? Oh, no. Rizzo's doesn't make me recommend the tour. Helping customers just makes me even happier than I already am. And that's saying a lot. Happy workers lead to happy customers. Happy customers are repeat customers.
That smile's gonna haunt my nightmares.
I'm not quite sure what you mean. There's really nothing better than feeling a euphoric sense of happiness and self-contentment. And we certainly hope you're happy now that you've got your very own ticket for the Purpleberry Orchards tour. I'd say that's a shame, but I'm just too delighted to be talking to you.
Halcyon Helen was in the orchards before she died. Have you seen her?
No, I'm sorry. The only celebrity who shopped recently is Black Hole Birdie. Quite the affable man, as it so happens. And the stories are wrong. He could probably lift 2 benches of tossball players at once, not just one. Laws, not just affable, but virile, too. Ooh, wait a minute. Now that his beau's dead, that means Birdie's single. Maybe I'll strike up a little more than conversation the next time he comes by.
Oh, good luck with that, lady. Oh, boy. It seems a little soon.
Oh, it's never too soon for happiness. Why wait when I could act now?
Let's go through the rest of her dialogue there.
No, I'm sorry. The only celebrity who
Oh, I can't go get the other ones. Ah. What does she have for sale? Just foodstuffs. All right, can I sell some stuff? What was it you were saying that was weighing me down? I don't really have a lot of heavy stuff. Well, I've got lots of heavy ammo, but I kind of need all the ammo. I've got a lot of Adrena time. Let's sell all junk. I'll sell half of this.
Our alcohol stocks are larger than ever. And a good thing, too, because I just can't seem to stop myself from getting into them. Our products are just that good.
Right. Okay.
Here we have the Rizzo's Purpleberry Nut Hut trademark. All manner of cool drinks and sweet treats are available at nominal cost to slake your thirst and satiate your hunger. These include, but are not limited to, Rizzo's Nanner Spank Fresh, Spanks Even Harder, Rizzo's Ground Up, Pound Up fruit drinks made with mostly berries and twigs, and Rizzo's Mini Purpleberry Sweet Balls. We hope your visit here will stifle any unlawful urges to pick fruit in the orchards.
Oh, what is that on her neck? She's just going about her day. Gee whiz. Cash register is empty.
done.
Okay. Before we go explore that shack, let's go to the...
A lot of purple.
Let's go to the Overseeing Orchist's Orchard office.
Maybe I could hold up my end if your people weren't sabotaging my operations.
Sorry, can't talk. We're busy having a very tedious conversation.
And if sabotaging the orchards weren't enough, you had to make it personal. You really had to bust my Insta coffee maker too? The nerve.
Hold that asinine thought. Who is this armed stranger who just wandered into your office? Back up for a fight you can't finish?
What the hell are you talking about? I don't know this fella. I think it's mightily more likely that he's under your payroll. Here to burn down what you haven't already.
Jeez.
I see. Just a visitor, then. Congratulations, Hathaway. Not everyone's abandoned your orchards.
Well, shame that you're trying to change that. Anyway, sorry for the heated reception, stranger. There's just been some trouble here of late. Name's Overseeing Orchardist Hathaway, and I'm in charge of these orchards. Though it seems like certain groups, which will remain unnamed, are trying to change that. Looks like I'm stuck playing the part of customer service rep. Guess it's different from the usual, at least. Something I can do for you?
Well, I overheard you mention sabotage.
Yeah. Just another woe to add to the pile. In the past, the orchard subcontracted security work from Slug. You know, keep the malcontents on staff from causing too much trouble. But between the Spectrum Brown unveiling demanding all of our resources and the recent uptick in worker accidents, we just ain't got the budget for security. And, of course, Slug has decided that instead of being reasonable, they're just gonna sabotage our operations until we start paying them again.
Look at the poor Rizzo's manager, lying about Sublight to make himself feel better. Shame he skipped where Rizzo's was short on our payments months before the new unveiling.
Look, at the end of the day, it's obvious that Slug is sabotaging us. I ain't paying until they come clean.
What sort of sabotage has there been?
Oh, you know, nothing particularly troublesome. Just rogue exterminator mechanicals, opening fire on anything that twitches within 300 yards of them. We've also got a large group of new saplings, all dead from some kind of toxic substance. Poison, I'd guess. And who could forget the tower processing console, which probably just shorted out and stopped working on its own, even though it's outfitted with 3 separate backup systems?
There are a suite of explanations for what could have happened, most pointing to Rizzo's worker incompetence. My people didn't sabotage anything.
You mentioned an increase in worker accidents.
It's the strangest thing. Like everyone forgot their 10-minute workplace safety seminars. That's twice as long as the next leading brand. Our people should be safety experts. But I've seen folks step on open electrical wires, drop pallets on each other. One damn fool even blundered into a wasp-mosquito hive. Even as he died, he looked fairly pleased.
Wasp-mosquito? Wow. Well, I could figure out what's really going on.
Thank the law. Some good news. You hear that, lapdog? Truth's coming. Better fess up while you still can outside of an interrogation room.
While I'm sure you'd love to have a scapegoat on whom you can pin your own incompetence, I suspect you'll be disappointed. But what do I know? I suppose it's up to your new hiree.
Faithful to thee, Rizzos, in our fashion, investigate the dead saplings, stop the exterminator auto mechs. And inspect the fried console. Lots to do over here. Let's focus on this one, though. Still got to find that. A momentary taste of purple berry. Zane the Insane says, mimes, more mimes. And I'm doing myself a disservice watching this. Haven't played any DLCs yet. Well, thank you, Zane, for watching anyway. You know what? The cool thing about this is it's going to be just as fun when you play through it as it is when you're watching me play through it. I promise. Okay, let's go around real quick. Nothing over there. Okay, so let's follow the tracks to the left here, because there was something over here. Real quick. Oh, God. Effusive host. What's an effusive host? Oh, my lockpick isn't good enough for that one. Drunk Ravager.
I'm going.
Everyone all right?
Cool. Perk points available. Oh, perks. Yeah, I'll do perks later. Got to make good use of this heavy ammo. Oh, let's get out my magnifying glass here. Caution, pollinization swarms in use in the area. Unauthorized personnel may be killed at their own expense. Damn it. Biped mechanical. Okay, let's hit the quest target real quick.
Sure.
Be right there.
And then we'll do some more exploration, because I believe this was right in the middle of the road.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh!
These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So she was here. We can examine the footprint depth and spacing. The spacing between each footstep is short, and the imprint in the dirt deep, as if determined. It would appear that Helen was in a hurry. The tracks hesitate, partially turning in one spot, as if Helen paused to look behind her. She may have feared she was being followed.
You find anything?
Helen was in a hurry and she thought she was being followed.
That's real good work, Captain. You think the killer was chasing Miss Helen through the orchards?
Maybe. Footprints go up the road. But we've got a big island to explore now. The orchards, Purpleberry Puzzle Hedge, the conservatory, storage warehouse, the hive. All right, let's explore these orchards real quick. Oh, wait, no, there's a guy here.
Lovely weather calls for a harvest, I do believe. Well, sweet hello there, valued visitor. I am sure sorry to break it to you, but our orchards are closed to all officially guided tours at this precise moment in time.
Oh, my dear Law. Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but do you know what's going on with your face?
Why, thank you! Rizzo's encourages all workers to put on a happy face when engaging with valued customers. Rizzo's does beseech you to please purchase one of our self-guided options if you're wishing to join one of our rejuvenative, relaxing, reformatory tours. Now with a Puzzle Hedges trademark maze hunt and special edition taste testing for an extra 35 bits a ticket.
Man, I'm getting like Tim Burton Batman Joker smile creepy vibes out of this guy. I got your ticket already, but tell me more about the orchards.
An excellent decision you most certainly won't have cause to regret. Now, presently, you're standing smack dab in the pride and joy of Rizzo's nearly natural product development sector. We call this fecund landscape the Purpleberry Orchards, since that's our main crop. But we also sow and grow mock apples, nanners, pea-free nuts, tarmac, and more. Of course, tours of any excess level must be suspended during a scheduled pollinization cycle. Our wasp-mosquitoes are quite territorial and have been known to sting both workers and visitors alike.
Wasp-mosquitoes, that's just great. Pollinization? Wasp-mosquitoes? Huh?
Pollinization by killer wasp-mosquitoes, indeedy. It's cutting-edge Rizzo's technology. But don't you worry, valued visitor. Our pollinization cycles only run when the orchards are empty, for safety reasons. When a pollinization cycle finishes or is aborted, all wasp-mosquitoes are biologically programmed to return to the hive, their holding pen. Of course, the very last thing Rizzo's would want is a beloved tourist bumbling into the hive and triggering an unscheduled cycle. So you'd best steer clear of it for safety. You'll know the hive by its big, glimmering electric fencing.
Are you the groundskeeper?
Yes, indeedy. I've got the wondrous honor of having just been promoted to third keeper of the grounds after the last one disappeared on the job. Gosh, I guess about a week ago now. Before my morning clock-in last Sunday, I was but a lowly nanner peeler picker on the line shift. Now I'm responsible for growing every twig and berry on this vast swath of fertile land.
You don't find it suspicious that the last groundkeeper went missing unexpectedly?
Heaven sweet, no. It's not like he was murdered. He simply disappeared without a trace and hasn't been heard from since. And the groundkeeper before that one? Well, she wasn't missing at all. Her body was found near hive control, covered head to toe in thousands of welts. No mystery, and certainly no murder with what happened there. I mean, you can't exactly hold some wasp-mosquitoes on trial. Accidents do happen on the job.
Oh my god. Wait, no, we're not glossing over this missing groundskeeper. No one knows what happened to him?
Can't speak for others, but I most assuredly don't. I reckon you could talk to my supervisor, the overseeing orchardist. He would know more. I used to ask questions, but gee, I just don't feel the urge to anymore.
Wonder why?
Paul and I went, of course. So you'd.
Well, enough about the orchards.
Gosh, and goody gumdrops, but I could talk about the orchards till my lips fell off. Instead, let's talk about whatever interests you, because that's what interests me, too.
Are you okay? You seem excessively happy.
Why, you say that as if it's a bad thing. I am quite overcome with happiness, indeed. You won't find a Rizzo's worker in all of Eridanos who isn't 100% thrilled in their day-to-day existence. It's part of our brand manifesto.
What do you mean?
Happy workers lead to happy customers. Happy customers are repeat customers. And repeat customers make the charts look better on our weekly profit reports. So if nothing else, it's my responsibility at all times to smile, smile, smile. And you know what never fails to bring a smile to my face? The breathtaking tours we offer throughout the orchards. Seasonally available for purchase in the Nut Hut.
Do you know if Halcyon Helen came through here?
Ah, you mean that lovely actor who got herself dead? Damn shame what happened to her. She did come by, but not during any official tour time. I thought she'd hired a private tour at first, but it was Dr. Blossom who was showing her the way to the RR and DD labs. Can't imagine why she'd need to meet with our head researcher on the Spectrum product line outside of her lab hours. Unless, of course, it had to do with the new product unveiling.
So that was the person who was following her, Dr. Blossom. Well, Helen was the spokeswoman for the Spectrum Browns ad campaign.
That's right. She was. She sure made for some lovely adverts. Maybe it might have involved an issue with the launch batch then? I can't rightly say. All I know is one of our certified tour guides could have given her a much more comprehensive tour of the grounds were that her interest.
Seen any murder weapons laying around? A bottle of poison, smoking laser pistol, bloodied blunt force object?
Can't say that I have. We use bad batches of liquor for our pesticides. Only the exterminator mechanicals are armed around here. And I haven't seen any bloody objects aside from the usual pair of gardening shears. Unless, that is, Miss Helen was also stung to death by pollinization mosquitoes? She wasn't, was she? That would be a mighty wretched way to go.
Think I've heard enough.
Of course.
Well, I'm on an investigation.
What kind of investigation? You wouldn't happen to be from the Health Inspection Office, would you?
We can lie and say, that's right, Inspector Oxhorn, here to inspect the health and safety of your crops.
Oh, drat. This distresses me, and I do not like feeling cross. I warned the orchardist this could happen when we halted our monthly bribe to Slug. They were always a reliable go-between, regarding inspections before now. Ooh. So, what might you be looking to find out, Mr. Inspector?
The overseeing orchardist already told me all about Rizzo's relationship with Slug.
Did he now? That sounds about right. He has been mightily outspoken in his disdain for Slug in recent months. The overseeing orchardist had the last groundskeeper deliver a contract termination in the place of our regular payment. Rizzo's decided we don't need their services anymore. See, with our new morale-boosting medical treatments, our employees are much more productive. No need for unsightly intimidation tactics.
Ah, so this was part of a medical, yeah. What exactly is this medical treatment?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to say. Trade secrets and all that. You understand, I'm sure. I do hope this pleasant conversation has made me useful to you. Rizzo's likes it when we're useful to customers. And I like anything Rizzo's likes.
All right.
I can't stop you from poking around, but do be mindful of our pollinization hive. Mosquitoes tend towards aggressive at the best of times. There's a reason why we keep him behind an electric fence, you know.
I'll bear that in mind, guy. Wow. Andres says, what's up, Ox? Hope all is well. Really enjoyed your videos, especially the Outer Worlds walkthroughs. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much, Andres. Well, that was just...
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Hello.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
We go that way. But was that the same one that we got over here? Must have been the same one. All right, let's go talk with the orchardist again real quick.
You're back, I see. Glad Slug hasn't managed to scare you off.
I think it's more of a wonder that nothing in these law-forsaken orchards has managed to kill them.
How's the investigation going? You got a complete report for me yet?
I'm still looking.
Well, at the moment, I can't do a whole lot with this vulture hanging over my shoulder. So I suppose you may as well take your time.
Really now? I consider myself more of a watch canid, here to make sure you don't try to run off without paying us.
There's something else you need to know?
Any leads on the nursery?
Got a lot of dead saplings that'll cost us a lot of bits. I've got a feeling someone poisoned them somehow.
What happened in the Exterminator Automech Depot?
The mechanicals were hacked. They're pretty much running amok. If you could keep from destroying too many, I'd be obliged. Would save us a lot. That said, you might want to be careful. Those things are built to take on waspkitos, and waspkitos are generally tougher to kill than people. Just something to keep in mind.
Something in particular to look out for in the processing control room?
The tower processing console is completely fried. Whoever took it out must have used some kind of explosive.
That's it. Okay, well, he didn't give us... Well, that did help. All right, let's quick save. Okay, so we got a couple of tasks here. I'm going to focus on finding Halcyon Helen's footprints, and then we'll try to do the side quests, which is to help that guy out.
What could that have been? Trying to that got hurt. Nice one. Good in my life. Feels good. Okay. Great.
Jeez. Well, who were they? Frenzied host.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
They go this way. Do I hear sprats?
Rizzo's would be remiss to fail to mention the Orchard Storage Warehouse. Without this impressive-looking building, there would simply be no orchards. Gaze in amazement at the impressive construction of the front door, the sleek roof and glittering piping, the lush walls keeping this gem hidden from the rest of the orchards. This warehouse is truly, truly a wonder. One can only guess at the secrets contained within.
Oh dear, let's quick save. And then, sorry to keep having to do this, but because I'm playing in windowed, every time I move my mouse, I mess up my chat. Anna Summers. Let's check it out.
Hey! Oh, wait. I'm supposed to say the slogan.
There's nothing in her neck, thank God.
You can do this, Anna. Here goes. It doesn't matter if you're you or me. We're all part of the Rizzo's family. How was that?
I thought that was a real good effort. Keep at it.
We could lie and say, oh, that was completely splendid. You didn't embarrass yourself even the slightest bit.
No jest. Well, that's a wager I sure would have lost. Guess even a busted spectrometer can be right if you hold it to the light, huh? I'm sure you've guessed it, but I'm not the best at remembering slogans. And when I can't remember them, I tend to just make them up. But I guess that's why I'm just an intern and not a full-timer. At least, not yet.
You haven't been causing trouble in the orchards, have you?
What? No, that's ridiculous. I can't tell you I've never made any mistakes, but it'd be pretty hard to keep my job if I were trying to break everything. Though there was the time I tried to fix a broken hinge on one of our mosquito hives and released a swarm. Chased me around the orchards 3 times before I managed to get help.
Considering the whole sting you to death thing, I feel like you got off easy.
Don't I know it? Worker friend of mine ran afoul of one of the swarms and had to get new kidneys. Not due to renal failure, but because the mosquitoes kept stinging his kidneys. Don't worry though, mosquitoes are typically only about when living folks aren't in the orchards.
So what happens if the mosquitoes get out during visiting hours?
I am contractually obligated to tell you that mosquitoes never get out during visiting hours. But when they do, the only way to get them to return is to go directly to hive control and activate emergency recall. Which isn't easy, considering all the hives near control. But this is all a departure from what I wanted to say. I've been trying to help the orchards, not harm them. Hold a moment. You haven't found anything, have you?
Our only option is to say you should really just come clean.
But there's nothing to come clean about. I've just been doing my best out here.
You don't think I've met an intern before?
It's not so different from being a regular worker, just with less pay and less respect. Oh, it's also more dangerous than traditional employment. You don't have the experience to back up your work yet, but being fired isn't any less threatening. Work-wise, I do a bit of everything. The orchards have been short-staffed as long as I've been working here. So if there's an odd job around, it usually gets passed to me.
How'd you get your position?
Laws, you've got a sixth sense for finding the most embarrassing question, huh? My mother is the Rizzo's assistant vice president of flavor testing. She set me up with this position. Mostly to keep me from troubling her work, I think. Consequently, I don't always feel like I deserve to be here. All the more reason to work harder, I say.
I take it you don't intend to stay an intern.
Much as I love delivering coffee and medical attention, not quite, no. Don't tell anyone I said this, but I sometimes feel that our workers could be treated a little better. Maybe only get electrocuted awake every other day? So I'm shooting for maybe even the board itself. Best way to evoke change is from the inside, I think.
Why be an intern if it's riskier than typical employment?
Much higher chance of promotion. If I can tough it out here without getting axed, I can skip the 5+ years of customer service I'd normally have to deal with. I can prove my merit here and move up in the world. And the sooner I do that, the sooner I can set to improving things for everyone else.
Helping folks is dangerous. The board doesn't like people who mess with the status quo.
Mother did mention that from time to time, but she always kept me far away from her work. Who could complain about happier workers and higher profit gains? Happy to enlighten you on the fascinating world of internships. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Unless you already have, and I've forgotten. In which case, I probably won't forget a second time.
You see any sign of a beleaguered actor running around?
Oh yes. I thought I saw someone who looked self-important enough to be her by the conservatory some time ago. Not to speak ill of the dead. I simply never liked the way she stole the limelight from the true star. Burbage 3001.
Oh, you're a Burbage fan, huh?
I certainly am. That aerodynamic chassis, how the light glints off his rotund head, the way he enunciates, cry havoc, and let loose the cadence of war. Excuse me, I got a little lightheaded there. Nobody does Shakespeare like Burbage. What were we talking about?
What about Spencer Woolrich?
Who?
Right. Well, that's showbiz.
I suppose so. I also suppose Helen won't be stealing the limelight ever again.
Goodbye.
What part is this, Captain?
Another effusive host. I got a feeling there was a dialogue option with her that we can unlock if we find some evidence of something later on. So we might be back. Ooh, that one is set to steal, but that one isn't. Yeah, well, I'll take it then. Now, it looks like we know where Halcyon Helen went. She went to the conservatory. Welcome to the Purpleberry Orchard's storage building, the sweetest storage building this side of Eridanos. Note, please do not attempt to lick any part of the storage building. Most components contain at least 40% cyanide. We can access inventory records. Current inventory item, Gardner Auto Mechanical, amount 23 or so. Status, beat up. Note, wasp mosquitoes keep stinging these, breaking their stingers and dying. Should probably keep them separate. Item, mock apples and purple berries, amount a heck of a lot. Status, hard to count. Notes, do we really got to number every single fruit? We've got more than enough. She so doesn't want to be an intern. Item, wasp mosquitoes, amount couple hundred hives. Status, real grumpy. Notes, don't get stung by these. Item, Spectrum vodka, all colors, amount 1 left. Status, 1 shipment to the puzzle hedges, 1 to the nut hut. Notes, swing by the nut hut with some of my savings later today. Been a long week. We can view the groundskeeper note. The purple berries are growing a heck of a lot faster than the auto mechanicals can pick them. I should be mighty perturbed by what we are wasting, but since I had that treatment, all I felt is glad about things. Goodness, this promotion sure was a life changer. Speaking of, Rudy, I have a feeling you're reading this. Caught you a couple of times peering at me from behind the hedges and the like. How about you swing by my shack and we bury the hatchet? I'm a changed man since you recommended me for this promotion. Got a bottle of Spectrum vodka we can share, and a chapter of the brand new Halcyon Helen cereal. Knew you'd never like that. Knew you never liked that I got advanced copies. Come on by, Jacob. So Rudy and Jacob had a beef until he got the treatment. New overseeing orchidist note. Yarbo, I must admit that when your old superior described you as a misanthropic, law-damned redacted, I did not expect you would ever acclimate to a position so many others have loathed. Productivity is at an all-time high, and what's more, you've not only impressed many visitors with your wonderful attitude, but you somehow seem to get along well with the wasp mosquitoes, or at least they haven't killed you yet. I would like to offer you an unprecedented reward, a one-time 15-minute break to be taken at your discretion. Well done, Yarbo, overseeing Orchidist Hathaway. Then to Yarbo, subject hypotheticals from H. Carlos. So, Jacob, got a quick rhetorical question for you. Let's say, rhetorically, that one of the Wilderness Exploration Reserve keepers got drunk and thought he'd indulge himself in some after-hours hunting. Let's say he theoretically released our primals, and those primals theoretically proceeded to beat him to death with his own rifle, then escaped into the orchards. Obviously, I'm just worrying for the sake of worrying, but if something like that were to happen, and I'm not saying it did, especially since such a screw-up could cost me my job, theoretically, Rizzo's may have tested some of their products on these primals, and these primals may have acquired a taste for Rizzo's booze that I know you have stocked in the orchards. Look, if you see any wayward primals, and I'm not saying you will, please, for the love of law, send me a message. Huntsmaster Carlos. Right. Ooh, something over there.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
There's the conservatory.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I see it.
Easy. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Stand in awe before our huge Rizzo's Hothouse Conservatory trademark. This building hosts almost as many plant breeds as we have delicious products. Almost. Are you wondering about that omnipresent warm and fragrant mist? That's just our all-natural fertilizing spray, made of pureed Sissy Pig waste products. From nature, back to nature. Our spray is part of the cycle of life. Note, Rizzo's discourages inhalation of its safe and natural liquid fertilizer. In case of accidental inhalation, please record any unusual effects and give that record to the nearest Rizzo's employee as quickly as possible. Remember, you are part of the Rizzo's family. Be kind to your family.
Of course they're using Sissy Pig tumors as a fertilizer. Oh, man. Well, we found out where she went.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ooh, and then she left.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Stand in awe before our huge... Are you wondering...
Looks like we need to go in. Well, Carter Reynolds.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Are you my ex-wife? No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago, conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new, groundskeeper? That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
Dylan LaFleur became a bronze ox. Thank you very much, Dylan. Oh, we could pass an intelligence check of 1. Look at that. That's an idiot response for all of those intelligence 1 characters. That's a hard question to answer. Who am I really? Who are any of us? But sadly, I can't tag it. So instead, we can pass a lie check to say, you were right the first time. I've returned from beyond the grave to exact my revenge.
Very funny. If you were Edna, you would have stabbed me in the throat halfway through the second word of my first question.
Oh, this poor fella's lost his wits.
I'm getting old, damn it. And after a while, anything that isn't a plant gets hard to distinguish from anything that is. But no, you don't look like Edna. Though you do smell a bit like her, like blood and starship grease. You must be that freelance inspector. Well, I suppose you can poke around as you like. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff it gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel.
Did Halcyon Helen come through here?
Indeed. Tromped in and out of the conservatory with no heed for anyone else. Good thing none of my charges were damaged. Starlet or not, I would have had a harsh word for her. I heard she pushed her way into a tour of the RR&DD labs not soon after. She's just a serial actress. Yet she acts like she's deserved of the same access as a co-CEO. Well, she's not going anywhere ever again. Which is a shame, of course. Taken too soon and all.
You're a botanist, right? What do you do for Rizzo's?
I sit inside and I look at plants. Goal is usually to make Rizzo's fruit products hardier and sweeter, but for every success, there are a couple of hundred failures. Example, tried breeding native Tripicale with a foreign strain. Would have called it Hexticale. In the end, it bred so fast, workers were swallowed up before they could harvest it. That one, I think, can be attributed to the waspitos. Some lament their irritability, but their productivity is unmatched. What's a few dead workers in the architect's designs?
Wow. Waspitos are those angry flying bugs, right?
You say angry. I say efficient. Not only can our waspitos defend themselves, but Rizzo's investments as well. They come through the orchards only during pollination cycles, as dictated by our hive control operators, which means that visitors usually aren't on the receiving ends of their stingers.
Uncle Matt became a bronze ox. Thank you very much, Uncle Matt. We can pass an engineering check of 65 to say it, but if something goes wrong on the hive, the waspitos could get out.
Well, yes, if there's an equipment malfunction. The pollination cycle will have to be manually shut down, which means traveling to hive control while the waspitos swarm.
Interesting.
I sit inside. Example, that?
I'll take your word for it.
You'd be the first to. Everyone else just says, I got bark instead of a heart. They just don't understand me, not like my plants do.
Well, goodbye. Okay, so she came through here, but then quickly moved out.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
They go that way. Ooh, they go around and to the left.
Timeline discrepancy. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Okay, so they go that way. What's in the potting shed?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector.
She also
You've
went this way.
discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Okay, so we've got a couple of different locations. She made a stop here. So let's find out what's here first. Examine. Get out! Parts of this note are illegible due to dirt and crushed purpleberry smudges. The writing you can make out is as follows. Helen, I know I told you I'd stumbled into the scoop of a lifetime, but neither of us could have guessed just how deep this would go. Now some slug from the docks is looking for me, asking a lot of questions. It's time to get out. Do you hear me? Don't waste time packing. Just go. As soon as you read this, you'll know where to meet me. Tonight, 10 p.m. in the Grand Ballroom. If I don't show, take the next ship out of here and don't look back. B. Oh. Well, now we know why she was in the Grand Ballroom. To meet this guy. But it doesn't sound like B would have been the guy to kill her. Maybe she meant that she wanted us to find B. We need to find this B to figure out what happened.
Incoming! I've never felt so damn good in my life! Feels good! I just want to be your friend!
No life for the wasn't to make you smile! Here we go!
Who's next? What? Oh. Holy cow. Jeez. What the blazes? Well, those guys were terrifying and nasty. R&D labs. The footprints went off that way, though. So maybe she took a stop here. Let's go inside, see if she stopped here. Then we'll go back to following the footprints. Oh, I need an access card. Okay, so we were here and she veered off that way.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen. Timeline discrepancy detected near... Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Whoa! Oh, this is where the auto mechanicals go. Well, we found a terminal. We don't have the key card, but we can hack it. The Orchard's sowing and reaping facility serving the Rizzo's family. Office to the keeper of the grounds, terminal access. We could recall the exterminator auto mechs. I'm not sure why we would do that. Well, let's do it anyway. Recalling the exterminator auto mechs. Oh, that's right, for the side quest. Gotcha. Access user logs. Oh, and that's going to bring us back to question the intern. I knew there was more that we needed to talk with her about. Last user, Anna Summers, occupation intern, activity exterminator, automechanical target setting reset success, user recording. Finally, you darn thing. Now, how do I activity exterminator automechanical target priority Sparts failed invalid parameter. User recording. Oh, come on now. Work with me here. Activity exterminator automechanical target priority Primeals. Failed invalid parameter. User recording. Expletive deleted. Deleted this thing. I'll figure this out later. Activity. No target priority set in 10 minutes. Auto defaulting to all. So because she couldn't spell sprats or primals, they were targeting everything. All right. Produce productivity report. Yields are up by 0.003%. Conclusion, the new fertilizer import from Edgewater is working wonders. Personal files. Searching for personal files. User logs found. Please note that all personal content on this terminal is property of Rizzo's. 2 bits will automatically be deducted from user Keeper 03's wages for each viewed entry. We can view the archived entries. Please note that searching for archived files will subtract 5 bits from the current user's wages. Press abort as soon as you read the prior sentence to cancel the search. Well, it's not our wages, so we don't need to worry. In the first one, user keeper 01 entry a new life. 2 bits deducted from user wages. Opening log. I've always dreamed of living on Eridanos, but the science types always said it was impossible. The gravity will crush your bones. There's no breathable atmosphere. Blah, blah, blah. Well, that's why I've got this new groundskeeper position, and they're stuck on Terra 2. When the execs are looking to promote somebody, they don't look at the doubters. Oh, I almost forgot the best part. This whole place is automated. Not only do I get a promotion, I also get to work less. All I need to do is make my way up to the hive every so often to set the pollination cycles. Aside from that, it's just keeping the local sprats from eating all of the purple berries. Things are looking damn fine for Sandra Cullen. Then user keeper number 2 entry, hate this place. Well, Sandra bit the big one. She's probably the one that got stung to death. Company policy says due to our marriage contract, I've got to take her position now. Something about discouraging workers from dying on the job. So here I am, seeing her body once they got the mosquitoes to stop stinging it ain't been great for my entomophobia. Thinking maybe I'll grab a few spectrums and find somewhere to hole up until the execs think I've left or died or something. Thought about the purple berry puzzle hedge. So that's where he's gone. He's lost in the puzzle hedge. But I've seen a lot of people go in and not a lot of people come out. No clue what might be lurking in there. Wish I'd stayed on Terra 2. P. Cullen. Then user entry number 2, some jerk. Strange day today. Left the shack only to find a fellow I'd never seen before standing out front. Had his hands deep in his pockets and was looking at me with an odd, hungry kind of expression. Said he'd either was a slug or worked for one, which caused me no small amount of confusion. Didn't have time to ask for clarification because he immediately started asking me for donations to help keep the orchards running. First time I'd seen a con man try to convince a shopkeeper that he's actually the one minding the store. Hardly needs saying, but I took my claw rake and chased him off. Here's hoping I don't hear from that loon again. P. Cullen. Well, we need to go talk to the intern. We're really close to finding her, though. Well, let's go talk to the intern, see what that unlocks, and then we'll continue following the footsteps. Drunk lobber.
Excellent hit!
I'll fix you right up!
Everyone all right?
Okay, I seem to be all the way back here. Whoops. Where was the intern at? She was at a warehouse, wasn't she? Yeah.
Back again, eh? I knew you couldn't resist my charms for long. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with. Unless you already have, and I've forgotten. In which case, I probably won't forget a second time.
Seems a bunch of our exterminator automechs were on the warpath. Know anything about that?
Well, yes. The orchards are becoming overrun with pests. Usually we give workers handguns and tell them to go to town, which results in many injured workers and a few dead sprats. Our exterminator automechs only kill mosquitoes, and even then, only if an exec somehow ended up in the orchards during a pollinization cycle. So I decided to do some reprogramming. The reprogramming was easy until I locked myself out of the terminal. Then, when I was running away from the bots, I dropped the terminal access card somewhere in the orchards.
The bots were shooting anything larger than a mosquito. Must not have recalibrated the targets.
Believe me, I know that now. Guess I did sort of mess that one up.
Ah.
But there's nothing to come clean about. I've just been doing my best out here.
Okay. So it unlocked a bit more dialogue for us. Right, let's continue following the footprints. See if we can find that key card she lost. Footprints go on that way, but let's see if there's anything around here. Doggone it.
Here we go! That's the last.
Goodness. You guys okay? Yeah, they're all right.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
There it is.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
We got trouble! Got him! Don't mess with us.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. you've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Yeah, well, we're finding footprints everywhere, but they just seem to be going all over the place.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
The shaft of the tossball stick is bent and cracked, exceeding tossball regulation requirements. This end of the tossball stick...
Bits of wicker detected, embedded within the chunks of dark matter. Wicker is not a known ingredient of the dark matter product.
Okay, well, it moved on to the audio before I could finish reading that. We can examine the end of the stick. It looks as if somebody used the tossball stick to completely obliterate a picnic basket. Maybe it's some kind of upper-class mating ritual? No, I'm thinking that it's the black hole guy.
The only members of a tossball team strong enough to crack a stick in two are the dedicated hackers, like Black Hole Birdie. Whatever Ms. Ruth Bellamy must have relayed to the tossball hacker during their picnic together instigated a furious increase in his usual strength threshold by 52%.
Something went wrong here. I really hope it wasn't the food.
So this is the picnic where she dumped him, and he got upset. Hey, there's the access card. This is a key card for the Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs. If you are reading this warning anywhere other than the RR&DD Labs, please return it to the RR&DD Labs for an only moderate extreme pay deduction and a mild reduction in working fingers. Okay, well, now we need to go to the lab.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis. This discarded canister is typical of the R-mounted storage tanks on the orchard's agricultural mechanicals. However, it is not currently attached to a mechanical. This canister contains a high amount of vinegar in addition to water. Warning. Use of vinegar, a known herbicide on purpleberry saplings, is a violation of Rizzo's agricultural standards.
Discrepancy amplifier. Where are these canisters usually kept?
These canisters can typically be found in the nursery storage building in the purpleberry orchards, except for this one, which can be found here.
We need to go back to the intern. Let's initiate a deeper chemical analysis.
Chemical makeup of substance. 50% water, 50% vinegar. Trace amounts of woolly cow feces also detected.
Yuck. And we can leave the conversation. Are these all clues that we picked up already?
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
That just goes to the picnic site. Okay, so we need to go to R&D. Getting my chat back up. There we go. And we need to talk to the intern again. So what part was this optional question? The Rizzo's intern again. So we investigated the saplings. We stopped the exterminator automax. We now need to inspect the fried console and question the intern again. But we're still on Purple Berry. Enter Rizzo's RR&DD Labs. Okay, and that was back that way.
Everyone all right?
Ooh, I'm getting poisoned. something over there. Oh, that's the maze. Is that the maze? Yeah. It's quick save. No.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Here. No. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
This console is 95% non-functional. Remaining 5% functionality stems from display reading console non-functional. Cause of shortout is most likely related to purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
This poor intern is completely incompetent. She's ruining everything. We can inspect the console. It looks like several of the electrical panels were removed, then fastened back into place poorly. We can taste the residue.
You know you're liable to get sick doing that.
It's super sugary, with the sweet tang of purple berry and a bunch of other tropical flavors all mixed together. It meshes well with the faint flavor of oil. We can perform a chemical analysis.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314, and many, many, many others.
And we can leave. Okay, so I believe that was the third step in our side quest. I think we're about to get an intern fired, folks. Doggone it. Well, now I remember why I was playing in full screen mode, because when I'm playing in windowed mode, I start accessing all of my other windows. There we go. Okay, let's go to RD&D, and then we'll go back to the storage room to confront the intern. Oh, that was the conservatory. Right. We now have the key card for this place. Quick save.
Hello? I can hear you out there. If you still possess the majority of your mental capacities, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass.
Through the lobby and to the left. Alright, well, we'll go there in a second. Let me loot first.
I'll keep quiet.
Reception terminal. We can hack 65 to view recent appointments. Displaying recent appointments. Name Miss Ruth Bellamy. Stage name Halcyon Helen. Description lab tour. Name Administrator Ludovico. Description product presentation. Messages. To department utility, subject cleanup request. From reception to utility. Hello, I'm so sorry. I haven't had the chance to get your name yet and update the terminal. When you have a moment, could you bring a mop to the lobby? Dr. Blossom seems to have had a rather rough night and spilled some coffee on the floor. Thank you. From Blossom, subject, what in the architect's blue blazes is going on? What in blessed corporate law is all that commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combination distillery mixture was scheduled for another week. Could someone please inform me as to what that racket is all about? You better have a damn good reason for interrupting my meeting with the administrator. I expect a full explanation and apology within the next 15 minutes, or people are going to start losing jobs. Yikes. All right, so there she is. We'll talk to her through the glass. Ooh, we got a body here.
Yet another researcher killed in the line of duty. Who knew research and development was such a dangerous profession?
And a tour. Is that what this is? Rizzo's first product. Before Rizzo's was the confectionery juggernaut you know and love today, it was an above-average chemical waste management corporation. On one otherwise unremarkable day, an employee on the slurry-stirring shift leaned a little too far over a chemical vat, dropping a single purple berry that had been hidden in his jacket pocket. Instead of being immediately fired for his hazardous incompetence, the employee was given an ultimatum by his supervisors: retrieve the fallen fruit and stay employed. The employee jumped into the vat, swam for the purple berry, and accidentally swallowed it. The rest is history. After he was pulled from the toxic waters, the stirrer stated that the chemical-coated purple berry hadn't been half bad before falling into a toxic coma, of course, giving his supervisor the idea to sterilize and adjust the chemical mixture for human consumption. Soon the sour, sweet-coated purple berries were more or less edible, becoming Rizzo's first mass-marketed product, the Purple Berry Bunch. More or less edible. And they have this proudly on display, yeah. We almost killed one of our employees, and that's how our product was formed. All right. Hello there.
How in the aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized. Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up, and quickly if you will.
I'm investigating Halcyon Helen's murder. Where was she recently?
You do know that Halcyon Helen is a fictional character portrayed by the late actress, Ruth Bellamy, yes? One can't be too sure with so many simpletons around in the day-to-day. Regardless, I am not at liberty to divulge such information with non-employees or personnel lacking security clearance level Spectrum Orange. Of course, if you were to say, contract your services to me, I suppose I could grant you clearance enough to answer your murder-related questions, Mr. Inspector. You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle. Some of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab.
Didn't see any hostiles on the way here from the entry door. You could make a run for it.
And lose my life's work? Want me to just burn my lab and my entire future to the ground over one experiment that's gotten rather out of hand? No, I think not. We merely need to clean up the mess, so to speak. Reset the lab back to functional parameters.
Clean up? They were human beings. Don't you care about them at all?
Staff can be replaced, you know. Research data? Now that's invaluable.
What goes on in these labs that would turn your researchers against you?
Oh no. They're quite unaware of their actions, I'm afraid. We're a research and development branch of Rizzo's, focused primarily on the Spectrum vodka line. But the specific research that goes on in this facility is utterly confidential. You understand?
We can pass a persuade check to say, I'll find out when I hunt through the labs. You might as well tell me up front.
So you've no qualms about snooping through my precious research files. But will you understand the data once you've acquired it? Essentially, we research new innovations for an array of Rizzo's products. My present troubles stem from one we've just developed. The product's potential for profit is nearly limitless. But I'm afraid explaining the science behind it would far exceed your capability for understanding.
Wow. Okay then.
Now, was there anything else?
I guess she was right. I couldn't pass a science check or anything like that to get more information. Zane says, oh, hi, Ox. Hi, chat. I've missed you all, and I'm happy to see everyone again, and I can't wait to watch this live stream later on tonight with a cigar and some whiskey. Well, thanks, Zane. We've missed you, too. I'm glad you made it to the live stream, and I hope you enjoy the replay later. We can pass a persuade check of 65 to say, there isn't anything you can do to help.
Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower levels of the lab. Perhaps you'll find some useful apparatus or two in them.
I can take care of your problem, but I'll need you to answer some questions afterward.
Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent visit as well. Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the utility room.
These people don't deserve to die, Captain. Let's try using the sedative.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
All right, well, let's try not to kill these poor research technicians who didn't do anything to deserve this. And at last we can go to the elevator. Okay, presumably this is where we administer the sedative gas. Employee notification terminal. Greetings, employee and lab staff. Find helpful memorandums and news here. Memo, mind the gas canisters. Hello, everyone. This is your friendly custodial staff offering a preemptive apology if the elevator hall is crowded with gas canisters. There are quite a few of them and only one of me, so I'm moving them in loads down to the utility room. Do be cautious. They're filled with a sedative potent enough to put a hungry mama Raptidon out cold. Thank you for understanding. Memo, after work bar meetup. Dear esteemed colleagues, my team and I are all heading to the Grand Colonial's bar this evening for some drinking and fellowship. All real scientists are welcome to join us. You know, the ones that produce quantifiable data and theorems and don't spend their time jabbering over how this lighting on that bottle will increase customer sentiment. Cheers from someone who understands that market researchers aren't real scientists. Ouch. And then memo, increased protective measures. Team, as we continue our new round of research in product development, I'm increasing the required safety gear for lab workers involved. As some of you know, a few recent accidents involving subjects have left workers maimed, scarred, and one worker had their left hand permanently discolored to a shade of lime green. Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs is expected to continuously produce revolutionary advancements in the food and beverage industry. These measures will help us in further pursuit of that mission. Dr. Blossom. Well, we didn't find a way to knock them out from there. Let's go down and see if we can find that terminal before we have to kill anybody. Crap. Where's the terminal? They're all over the place. So already got a couple of dead workers here. Maybe upstairs? No, that door is jammed shut. All right, well, let's open up this one to the side. It's just a supply room. Ooh. sulfur-soaked top hat. This top hat once belonged to Captain Phaeson of Byzantium, last seen on Terror on Monarch, standing much too close to the edge of a sulfur pit. This pungent accessory should serve as a reminder of the many terrible dangers found on Monarch, and a further example of why no self-respecting Halcyonite should ever visit. Okay.
Understood. I'll keep my head down.
Let's see if there was a terminal in here. We know there's a guy in here. That's the problem. I don't see a terminal in there, so we'll back out pretty quick. That's barred from the other side. Okay, that's probably where it is. Is there like a tunnel or something that we can get in? All right, to get around these guys without making them hostile.
Oh, yeah. That's funny.
Shoot. How are we going to sneak by him? Is there like a floor panel that I can move? All right, let's quick save just in case. It's those two guys in the hallway. They're right in my way. I need to get over there. That's the utility terminal. It's right on the other side of this barred door.
Did I hear something? Maybe.
Look out!
I can't hear you. Don't want it to me.
Doggone it.
Quietly now.
Rizzo's could have helped a lot of people with all the bits they poured into this place. That's a lot more Rizzos than I ever want to see in my life.
Yes! Dispense sedative gas. But wait, how am I protected? There we go. Didn't kill a single employee. Okay, memo. New employee orientation. Welcome, insert name. We're happy to have you as a new mechanic / custodian at insert location. It is your responsibility to ensure your location of employment is tidy and works like a charm. Your duties include, but are not limited to, cleaning of all surfaces, regular maintenance of all machinery, restocking employee break areas, maintenance of all electronic systems, keeping inventory of the location's operational item reserves, voluntary assistance of the lab's research as needed, maintaining thorough documentation for your possible successor. We know that sounds like a lot, but don't worry. Your predecessor has kept thorough documentation of for your needs that you can find on this terminal. We hope you're excited to begin this most fulfilling career. And remember, whoa, 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 it's Rizzo's. File, how to be a janitor. Training file corrupted. Please guess how to do your job to the best of your ability. Oh, God. And then logs. Available logs, first day. I've gotten 17 requests from the lab workers that I had to respond to, and also managed to find time to sweep, mop, and buff this whole place. I was hoping that the employee how-to document would help with some of these machines that I've never seen before in my life, but guess what? The asshole left it completely blank. Number 2, gas hookups. I got a request from Dr. Blossom to hook up the gas lines to some canisters that are mixed with a heavy sedative for dispersal in the lower labs. Luckily, I've got enough expertise cleaning all that muck that builds up in the vents to get it all done in a couple of days. Still, I wonder what they're needing this for. I think they took the last of the Raptidons out of the lab last week. I guess the pheromone flavoring results weren't as promising as they'd hoped. Then in experimental participation, jackpot! Since I read that stupid orientation document, I've been hoping they'd ask me to volunteer for something, and here it is. I get to be a taste tester for the newest Spectrum flavor. I'm heading to the lab right after I fix the clog in the showers. So exciting! Oh dear, so that's kind of how they got crazy. They were a taste tester. Right, well, let's quick save now that we've dispersed the sedative. And we can go through and read all the other terminals. Hey, here they are. They're not dead, are they? I don't think so. It was just a sedative, right? An assortment of adhesive notes. It appears whoever works here uses adhesive notes to stay organized. A couple of the more intelligible ones. Rockwell visit to-dos, confiscate badges done, reprint badges pending, change maintenance locks, pending new locks, order new locks done. Reevaluate lockdown procedure, updating docking authority with new lockdown procedure, intake bet over/under weekly, bottles 5, cigarettes 21, weapons 4.
That's hands, Cap.
All right, let's see what's on this terminal. View lab notes. Product Innovation Lab. Trial K8 has produced moderate results. The zero-calorie sweetener produces 36% of the amount of dopamine compared to popular cigarette brands. It is possible that this is as far as we can go without introducing substances that would categorize this as a tobacco product, and we're already towing the line as it is. I'm interested in a trial with a larger set of subjects. However, our lab's resources are getting cut thanks to the new lab that's begun across the hall. Maybe we can offer it to our colleagues in the marketing lab. Show them a thing or two regarding proper science. Then, in messages, wow, lots of them. From product to Blossom, Dr. Blossom, I apologize, but I wouldn't be doing the team justice if I didn't question the budget cuts this lab has seen. We've had to shelve 3 products, and we're losing 2 more researchers? Honestly, whatever's being developed in the lab across the hall better be more addictive than Adrena time. Brian Sanchez says, wait, Doom DLC 2 comes out tomorrow? Yeah, looks that way. And I do want to cover it, so maybe I'll have a stream tomorrow. Jared on Facebook says, hey, Oxhorn, I have a question for you. Does the Sentinel Power Armor affect the Lone Wanderer perk? And does the Sentinel Power Armor count as a follower? Because what a gameplay without Sisty Pigs, because we know that Oxhorn loves his Sisty Pigs. Well, thank you, Jared. And no, I don't think the Sentinel Power Armor affects the Lone Wanderer perk. I think it kind of acts as a dog companion. But I don't know, because it's a Creation Club creation. I haven't looked into the code. From Blossom to Blossom subject Marketing Lab. Dr. Blossom, I apologize for our team's outburst at the product presentation. I assure you we didn't intentionally mean to scream in terror and assume the fetal position when Spectrum Brown and its slogan were unveiled. It has to be something the Marketing Lab did. For law's sake, they aren't even real scientists. Then, from Blossom, subject stop immediately. I am sending this message to both teams in the marketing and product labs. I do not know the extent of your squabbles, but they end here. If it weren't for the incredible projections Spectrum Brown shows, we'd all be out of work after the embarrassment at the presentation. I expect more from both departments. Wow. So this entire thing, a conflict between marketing and product. I mean, that's corporate, though. From Blossom to all departments, subject, what in the architect's blue blazes is going on? What in blessed corporate law is all that commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combination distillery mixture. Oh, we already read that. Well, that was product. Let's see what was going on in marketing. Looks like this is marketing. They've got some cozy digs over here. Yep, Marketing Research Terminal. Marketing Research Lab team, don't drink the coffee. I told Blossom we weren't crazy. Every single one of us began to have clinical insomnia, and she tells us it's because we drink too much coffee. Well, it is because of the coffee, or more so, what's in the coffee. I had the janitor swap out the coffee grinds an hour later than usual this morning, and what do you know? I've been asleep all day. Those jerks in product have been messing with our supply. Don't ask me how, I just know it. They think they're so smart because they know how molecules work. Well, they aren't the only ones that can create a chemical dependency. I've got a Pavlovian prank in place for the Spectrum Brown presentation that'll cause quite the show. Oh God, these guys. From marketing to Blossom, while we're thrilled to hear the news that Rizzo's secured Halcyon Helen as the spokesperson for the new Spectrum product, our data shows she has favorable dispositions in many key categories, including the coveted 18 to 34 regularly employed existential crisis demographic. We'd be happy to show her some of our product advertisements ideas. Then from Blossom to marketing, I'm sending this message. Oh, that's the exact same thing we just read. We read that as well. So product started screaming and they went into the fetal position because of a Pavlovian prank that marketing did. Of course they did. Model spaceship. Workbench. Hey. And big old nasties in there. Slug lab. Ugh. We found the slug lab, folks. Ugh. Lab notes our discovery. Finally finished our first set of experiments on those parasites we harvested from the infected would-be attraction animals, and the results have been... What the hell am I doing? Why am I taking this tone? Who's going to see this aside from members of the research team? I barely need mention how beyond completely phenomenal today's find has been. Not only have we discovered why Harold, the system's saddest teacup canid, had his remarkable turnaround. Frankly, I'm amazed no one realized something was Henri earlier. His cage was only about as large as he was. By the way, Myers, there goes your daily adreno injections theory, you buffoon. But we've also found something that'll find me to a vice presidential position in no time. Remind me to devote a bench commemorating the Rizzo's semi-industrial exploration team, to commend them for giving their lives to bring back the Eridanium gigaseus from the holy caves. I'll also be certain to devote an even longer bench to myself for finding the birth site of the parasites and ordering experiments to start. I've already been in talks with management about ideas for products that could utilize the parasite's joy-intensifying hormones. Oh, God. It's amazing that Slug hasn't looked deeper into this. We may have had to cede them the land, but seemingly they haven't disturbed our research site. Well, their oversight is Rizzo's immense benefit. Great job, me, Dr. Blossom. Then messages, a subject... Cadaver removal from the slug lab to the utility lab. At your earliest convenience, the slug lab requires your sanitation services for cadaver removal. There are 2 bodies at present in the RR and DD labs, 1 scientist and 1 test subject. Send a team to move the personal corpse to the incinerator. After this, please send a hazard team to dispose of the test subject. For highly classified reasons, the corpse can emit certain chemical compounds that are extremely dangerous if mishandled. Please don't skimp on the protective gear. We'd hate to have to hire a separate utility team to pick up the bodies of yours. Then from Blossom, we already read that one, and we can return to Root. So the parasites that make people happy came from this lab. Oh, these were some of their past experiments. Jeez. Well, I think this is giving us plenty to talk about with Blossom when we go back upstairs to confront her. Holy cow. This place is a nightmare. Okay, so then that brings us all the way back. But there is a staircase back here that brings us up, which we haven't explored yet. So before taking the elevator up, or before going back up, we'll explore this part of the lab.
Who in the... Oh, my law. It's you. Wait. What do you think you are?
Oh!
Oh, this is quite troubling. I can't imagine any scenario where this bodes well for the Doctor.
I mean, considering we just heard a gunshot, yeah, that's a big no for me as well. So we could use a key card, but we can pick this. This is her office. I think she just got shot by somebody. It's the murderer. We've got 2 murders now. Shiny Pin says, hey, Ox, hope you're having a good one. I sure am. I missed this game a lot. I forgot how much I missed this game. Gold helmet, light ammo. Light pistol. No terminal. Well, I can't say she didn't get what she deserved, kind of. I mean, she was pretty awful. Oh, that leads us back there. Well, then what's this? Goes around behind.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here, mere moments earlier in the timeline.
Oh, we should have seen her body first. We can examine the grate. It looks like a standard ventilation shaft. The dimensions would fit a small-framed person, allowing them to enter here.
Looks like a standard ventilation shaft to me. Somebody around my size could have crawled in. Wouldn't have been comfortable or, you know, clean. Ventilation shafts usually turn into sprat nests.
We can examine the fuse box. You see a cut red wire. Likely, you think it could have disrupted one of the circuits. Perhaps the door lock regulation system?
See that red wire? Whoever cut that wire was trying to disrupt the circuit. They could have sealed the lab doors temporarily. At least until the failsafes kicked in.
Julian Z says, Ox, are we going long today? I sure hope so. We're going to go for a bit longer, yeah. At least until we leave this lab. Matt says, put on your tin hats for the Brotherhood in 76 joins the Enclave. Then some settlers from Foundation and most of the Crater residents join as well. Then make contact with Eden in DC and begin working of their technology till the events of Fallout 2. Lol, no evidence. Yeah, no, it's also unnecessary because we already know from the events of Fallout 3 that Eden didn't make contact with the Enclave remnants until after he learned of the explosion of the oil rig after the events of Fallout 2. Only after that did he reach out to Navarro to start the migration from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast. So Eden wasn't involved prior to that point.
Somebody didn't want us talking to Dr. Blossom. You think it was Miss Helen's killer?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead. But recently, they were still alive.
We can examine the body. You're sure you heard gunshots earlier, yet this victim's loss of blood is oddly minimal. After much thought, you're unable to deduce any further details. We can search the immediate area. Although you distinctly remember hearing gunshots over the intercom, you don't see any bullet casings. Whoever Dr. Blossom confronted over the intercom, they dispatched her and all 4 of these scientists without much resistance. Means they must be well trained. Some kind of sharpshooter or adventurer.
Did the device find anything? Besides the obvious, I mean.
Well, we can say, strange. I heard gunshots over the intercom, but I don't see any casings.
Didn't she say something about a publicity stunt? Is this whole thing some sort of setup?
Dr. Blossom's office keycard. Lab terminal. View download confirmation. File error file deleted. Was successfully downloaded to external data cartridge. Messages. From Administrator Ludovico, subject Halcyon Helen's lab tour. Apologies for the late notice, but Ms. Bellamy has requested a tour of the facilities while she is visiting Eridanos as Halcyon Helen. Please prepare all for her arrival in the morning, R.A. From Blossom, subject note to self. Well, Leora, you did it again. At long last, you located a bottle of Spectrum Black hidden in a crevice of musty shelf space in the storage warehouse last night. That much closer to finally getting the Spectrum Gatling to work. And what happened? You got all the way back to the water tower before running into a group of primals already diverting themselves with fruits of the fermented variety. One bad blackout later, and here you are, covered in primal vomit without the Spectrum Black. Get it together. To all departments, We read that. Files. Available files, error file deleted. But we can pass a hack check of 65 to learn about parasite findings. Tests involving the parasite Eridanium gigaseus, colloquially dubbed slugs, have produced astounding results. Even when compared against our most promising methods of producing a brain chemical dependency, the pheromone the Eridanium gigaseus secretes produces dopamine more effectively than anything on record. Further tests will continue researching how much of the compound we can introduce to subjects and observe the effects. Despite our less than ideal presentation to administration, the product impressed for two main reasons. As mentioned before, this product will produce that boozy, feel-good stimulus like no other, but more importantly, the pheromone's makeup is completely unique, which means there are no regulations surrounding its classification. The idea of a completely addictive product with zero laws surrounding it would certainly justify any means.
Why do I get the distinct impression someone's trying to stop us?
Well, because people get killed and research gets deleted? That would be my bet. What's this? Spectrum Gatling Terminal. Ooh, that starts a new quest. We need to collect all 8 variants of Spectrum Vodka. Weapon requires loaded Spectrum Vodka array to be functional. Spectrum Vodka deposited 1 of 8. We can try to open the case. Not all Spectrum flavors are present, and so we can return to the root and then read lab notes. Wow! The Gatling taunts me from behind its glass cage. The infernal void-damned thing refuses to work, and I know the exact cause. It's me. Why am I wired like this? Why? Whenever I tried to fiddle with the internals, sober, I broke parts off, or connections failed to fire, or pieces stuck out of the casing and shorted out other components. So of course the solution was obvious. Get at least a little plastered prior to the work period, every work period. When I'm relaxed, my hands don't shake, and it's so much easier to see where things should fit and how to bridge certain connections. The problem, of course, is that I also get artistic. Why should a weapon work on mechanics alone? Why shouldn't you have to, say, slot 1 of every single stinking kind of Spectrum Vodka into the thing before it'll fire for the first time? I don't even know if it's tied to the weapon's internals or if it's some kind of lock, but it seems like it should fire and absolutely will not. I have to get 1 of every kind of Spectrum, including black. I can only hope the storage warehouse has had a recent shipment of the entire Spectrum, for all this work will have been for nothing. I have to be the dumbest genius this side of Halcyon. L. Blossom. Well, we remember that there were 2 shipments. 1 went to the warehouse and 1 went to the orchardist.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned.
Oh, whoops. There it is. Okay. This is Dr. Blossom. Eridanium gigaseus Slug Research Report 1. Subject: a bunch of slugs. Ugh. These things may well be Rizzo's ticket to the top of the board. But at the end of the day, they still look like my brother would if he ever stopped wearing that damn toupee. Initially found these little bastards suckling on the hairy undersides of a teacup canid. Much like my brother, who works for the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. The backstabber. Suffice it to say that these things are parasites. The canid didn't seem to mind, but it's almost as stupid as my research staff. Good stuff. Oh, whoops. Got some spectrum on the dissection subject. It's fine. Yeah, I think I see a couple sacs in the worm. Might secrete enzymes or poison or something. We'll figure it out later. Starting to see doubles, so I'm going to switch to working on the Gatling. Almost got the spectrum lock done.
So she liked to work drunk. What's down here? Storage. Splash resistant lab outfit. See if these are rare or unique. Tech skills 5, engineering 5. All right, not that rare or unique. With that, I think we've exhausted all the lore in this place. We're going to have to come back to get that Spectrum Gatling. We deposited only one of the 8 flavors. We need to now collect more flavors of Spectrum Vodka. That's purple berry wine. Now I'm going to be looking at every single bottle, wondering if it's the right fit. All right, back out to the orchards.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the waspitos for pollinization.
Oh,
Cycle
great.
is now in progress.
Oh.
What is that sound? And why am I sure we're about to find out?
Oh, God. Okay, so we need to go there. What's that? You found evidence of a certain research file was downloaded to a data cartridge, then deleted from a terminal. Administrator Ludovico will want to hear the results of your investigation. But optional, deal with the wasp-mosquito swarms. Someone has unleashed wasp-mosquitoes all throughout the orchards. Find a way to stop the pollinization cycle before you're stung to death. That's optional? Would think that's pretty much required. It looks like we've got to cross the entire thing to get over here to turn them off. But also, I think I'm out of time. So I'm going to do a hard save. And with that, I'm going to end the broadcast for now. I do want to continue with this DLC. It's been a lot of fun. We've got Doom Eternal, a new Doom Eternal DLC launching tomorrow. I'm going to try to make time for that as well. And I need to get my, my lore video for the weekend done. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on for the rest of this evening. I might have another live stream tomorrow. I'll let you know on Twitter if I need to do that. And then for Friday, I'm not sure if I'm going to continue with The Witcher 3 or if we'll tackle these new games for the moment until we finish them. Either way, we're going to have a great stream for Friday, definitely. One of these 3 games. Thanks for coming, everybody. Hope you really enjoyed the live stream of Murder on Eridanos. It's been a whole lot of fun. I do enjoy a good murder mystery. I hope you're enjoying the game yourselves, and we'll pick up with more of this DLC in a future episode. Have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, and I'll see you all again very soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye now.